and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he gets back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
"Hello? You're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
What, me?
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end."
So he backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah. T'other day when I were driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all, till the missus hollered from the rear seat.
And she said,
"Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down." Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right up a light and said, "Shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead." Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They honked and they swore, which only hurt I more, and these words kept going through me mind.
and they were
Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
"Hello? You're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
"What, me?"
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end."
So he backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah. T'other day when I were driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all, till the missus hollered from the rear seat.
And she said,
"Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down." Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right up a light and said, "Shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead." Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They honked and they swore, which only hurt I more, and these words kept going through me mind.
and they were
Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
"Hello? You're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
"What, me?"
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end."
So he backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah. T'other day when I were driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all, till the missus hollered from the rear seat.
And she said,
"Back and back, you back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down." Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right open light and said, shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass has got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They humped and they swore, but you only heard die more, and these words kept going through me mind.
And they were
Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass has got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
hello, you're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
what, me?
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end.
So I backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass has got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass has got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah.
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where Grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to say, "Mon, I'm fain to see this sifted hand. I must feign as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this sifted hand. God bless the silver yet, they are both very old and feeble. They're getting very near their journey's end. But still I feel quite certain that when death shall separate them, inevitable their lives again will blend. They've always been contented, they've tried to do their duty. No beggar from the door's been turned away. However ragged and tattered, he's always daxed them inside, and then he with a smile to them would say, "Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this sifted hand. I must feign as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, they mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this sifted hand." I think we might a lesson learn from this earth so humble, and try like them to lead a blameless life. And if we're ever tempted to be selfish and dirty, let's throw those nasty feelings clean away. Let's try to do to others as we'd have them do to us, and remember what me granddad used to say. Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this sifted hand. must spin as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, them unstopping out the day. Or I'm greatly fain to see this city down.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. for it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
There was an old farmer in Dorset did well, Lily Valera, la, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, la. One of your family I must have now, Lily Valera, la. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart,
Lily Valera, la.
I hope you and she will never more part,
Lily Valera, la. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back, to his gate. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, 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 Lily Valero, bull-in-a-la.
As I was a-walking one morning in spring, to hear the lark's whistle, hear the collie bird sing, I heard a fair maiden a-making her moan. Oh, alas, I'm a stranger in a
Jumbo, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and it's bottles where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy then. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
There's a cozy little spot I know lies just inside of Ophir, whose praises I will sing to you in the ride.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Well, they say Christmas in July, but apparently it is Christmas in February. We have a brand new patch for the DreamLeague Season 25. Final day of group stages here for Groups 1. I'm going to be filling in for Mike for the first series, joined with the lovely John. My friend, are you ready to go?
Oh, I am all set to go, Aries. We've got exciting matches lined up in the stream. We've got quite a crazy patch. I don't think we've had changes this wild since we expanded the map, so it's been a little bit of a while, and it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adapt, because they've had a little bit of extra time. We're starting a little bit later today, and, you know, again, for some of these teams, this is a do or die. Like Moodeng up against Tundra, which we'll watch later on as well. It's going to be a tight match. There's a lot on the line. Moodeng need a clean 2-0 to actually have a hope to stay alive for Southeast Asia. Anyone from Southeast Asia staying awake for this patch or for these matches wouldn't want to be too disappointed. And of course, Moodeng Warriors wouldn't want to disappoint themselves. So it's going to be an exciting day, Aries. It's good to have you on, and I miss you, buddy. You know, it's nice having someone without having a crazy beard and a gnarly attitude. Someone positive for once.
Come on, dude. That's messed up. I want a crazy beard. You know, one day the beard may potentially come through, but until then, I'm gonna have to stick with what I got. But yeah, we'll see. We're gonna have a fun time this new patch, and we can of course have an opportunity to be able to speak about it a little bit. But we need to get the business out of the way early and remind everyone of what we are fighting for. And really, it is the EWC that everyone is looking to get to, the EPT point distribution that we have at the moment. Those points starting to rack up. We do not have many tournaments left here, John, before the World Cup to be able to get those points to qualify.
Yeah, not many tournaments left. For DreamLeague 25, we've got 18,550 lined up. You can see our distribution here for DreamLeague 25 in terms of those points. Lion's share, 4,200 going to first place, 3-5, and going down for the rest. The bottom half that get eliminated in the group stage 1 and 2, not feeling too good. Especially the ones that get eliminated in group stage 1, 350 max for the higher placing one. So you don't want to end up in that area. Of course, we do have rewards for group stage placements as well. First place gets a bonus of 420, 210, and 105 for second and third. And group stage 2 also has a 420 bonus for top tier placement. So it also rewards consistency here in our point distribution at the very least. And now we can take a look at the prize pool distribution as well. We do have a club reward separate from the full prize money going to the players. So there's a little bit more as well for the orgs to help support them through, and you can see that breakdown as well. 250,000 for first place here with a $40,000 club reward, and it scales down. You still get away with something if you're dropping out of the groups very early on, but you don't want to be in that bottom position whatsoever coming in here, of course. And like you said, Aries, there's only like 2 tournaments left on the EPT cycle before that Esports World Cup. So anyone who wants to be a contender, anyone that wants to try to break into the top 8, has to start to qualify and has to start to get some higher placements in these tournaments as we close in on that.
Yes, they do indeed. And when we were taking a look at the teams that were already in kind of that top 8, you already see a couple of them are doing very well at the moment. Tundra, Betboom, Spirit, Falcons, of course. Parivision and Liquid are up there as well. Unfortunately, the teams who have been eliminated, your Avulus, your Boom, Pandas, and Extreme, they were needing some points, really desperately needing the points in DreamLeague Season 25, but unfortunately, they were not able to do so, already being eliminated.
Yeah, it's been a rough time for a few of these teams, especially for, say, never wanting to paint a target in the back of our own region, but Southeast Asia has not been doing flash hot. Boom Esports, they had a decent enough run considering the freshness of their roster and, say, ESL 1 Bangkok, but it doesn't seem like the momentum has been keeping up, considering not just a performance here in DreamLeague 25, but also in qualifiers outside has been a mixed bag. Moodeng Warriors as well, barely staying alive with a couple of 2-0s over lower placed teams. They managed to 2-0 Extreme and 2-0 Pandas. That's barely enough to keep them in the running, but they do require to win a 2-0 here and hope that Shopify Heroic start to drop 0-2 to their other opponents, which we will see later on in the day. Of course, we have our schedule for today as well. Tundra first into Moodeng Warriors up, and then we have Parivision up against Chimera to close out the stream. Of course, there's a lot of other streams running with a lot more matches, but pretty high weighting matches here for us, at least to kick off. Like, looking at this for Tundra up against Moodeng, you would expect Tundra to be the favored one coming in, but there's a lot of X factors here, Aries. A new patch, 7.38 came out. Our map's been flooded. Everyone playing Dota right now is getting a Filipino experience with a hurricane coming out, as everything's just a little bit less recognizable. It's a pretty cool patch, don't you think, buddy?
Oh, cool is we can maybe use some other adjectives to be able to describe it. This is an incredible patch, my friend. This looks... I've reading the patch notes and all the changes, the objectives. I feel like I really think a vast majority of people would be very happy with the changes that they see in this patch.
Yeah, I think for me, like outside of just the specific numbers and values and tweaks here, the actual vibe of the game, right? It's much closer to, say, 2016, 2015 Dota. In that sense, something about the way it plays now feels closer to it. Maybe it's just the freshness of the patch and players coming in, playing a little bit more rustically as well. Older players coming back to the game and just kind of just bang their heads against the wall. But it does feel like there's a lot more engagement. There's a lot more fights with how the Lotuses work, with how the Tormentor works, with how the Wisdom Rune or Shrine works now. Roshan running across the map is hilarious to see. I was hoping it would start on first day to nighttime switch. I think that's one way to spice up the mid lane, but now we get it at 15 minutes. But it would be hilarious if Valve realized, hey, you know what? Why don't we start letting Roche run when it just changes at 5 minutes? That would be hilarious. I think the specific hero changes has been pretty cool. I will take this opportunity to complain about Lion. I'm very disappointed that Lion's level 15, 70 HP per finger kill talent was removed, and it wasn't noted that it got moved to level 20 with 20 HP per kill. Like, it's been nerfed. Yes, it's moved up to level 20. It's still there. No notes in the patch notes. So that's one thing. One tiny thing bugging me. Otherwise, I'm a happy camper here for the most part.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at that while you were speaking about it. It's unfortunate for Lion fans like yourself, but besides that, we're gonna have to see what some individual heroes, how broken they are. Maybe they're not broken anymore. Ringmaster as well. This is another one. Apparently, this man is now added into captain's mode. When you told me about this, you were mentioning that you were not too big of a fan of this, especially with maybe some of the numbers not getting tweaked as much to represent how strong you felt like that hero actually was. So we're gonna have to see. Maybe someone will pull it out. Honestly, we probably couldn't ask for a better team to be covering first. Like, no criticism to Moodeng or anything, but Tundra are the team, or at least they have the players to be your theory crafting, and they would be going crazy with coming up with strategies. So it's going to be very exciting to see what at least they can come up with. And I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go for this series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm hoping Tundra starts to do some wacky stuff. I've been actually trying this Dazzle mid with the Nodal Spirit, Nodal Soul, Nodal Projection. It's really cool. So I'm hoping we see something like that from BZM. Just something crazy, something flashier. Let's say a Marcy comes out as well, maybe for BZM or Duracho, or hell, even 33. I wouldn't mind that so much. Like, there's a lot of options, and Tundra is that creative team that you talked about. Soxa plays a lot of weird-ass supports. Whitemon's done it before as well. In comparison to Moodeng, it's, again, for Moodeng Warriors, they're on the cusp of staying in group stage number 1, making their way into group stage number 2. This is a team that on paper has players with a lot of promise that know what they're doing. They still have that foundation of the Jab Sunby connection with Ollie around. Your support foundation's good. Abed's kind of fit into the stack really nicely, but changing things up with JT coming in, Jab shifting onto off lane, losing Q, having to drag in 4-2-3 as well. It looks like this iteration of Moodeng or / former Aurora hasn't really been kind of working together in the way you'd expect, and that certainly is reflective in our standing so far. I'm trying to think back on them trying to play creative as well. Like, I'm hoping we get something silly for Abed. You know, there's been some slight changes to stuff like Meepo. That could be a considerable option for Abed if he wants to harken back to the olden days. Invoker's a little bit different. Could be a nice contest between him and BZM in this series. But I do agree with you when it comes down to that creativity. Tundra, not only do they have like the creativity to get that done, they also have the leeway. There's not as much pressure here for Tundra. Let's face it, they're locked in. Maybe they want to secure their position as number 1 in their group. Beyond that, it's kind of more forgiving for them to test stuff out here for the rest of the days.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just the fact that maybe you need to secure that first place, because the only team that can catch them is BetBoom. And who are they playing against? They're playing versus Shopify, which Shopify at the moment started strong. I know they struggled a little bit towards the tail end of the groups, but still that is not an easy feat for BetBoom. But if they 2-0, then there's a potential for Tundra to then be tied with them. And like you're saying, you want those EPT points. So I know Tundra are already sitting pretty goddamn good considering some of their recent results. But regardless, let's get underway. I think one thing maybe for me, I don't know how you felt about this, but maybe I wouldn't have minded like some draft change.
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, no. I agree.
Yep, so yeah, you agree? Okay.
Oh, 100%.
With that being said, like maybe the drafting will change a little bit just because the map is now, I would say it's completely different. I have no idea like if Radiant or Dire are better. That's going to take time to work that out. Because we have seen like pretty much at the moment it's like first pick prioritized and then going for Radiant. So maybe if one side is favored compared to the other, we might see like instead of everyone prioritizing first pick, it might be like you're prioritizing the side, which can then maybe change the draft. Like, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. This is already something different though, right? Mirana first phase ban.
Yeah, I mean, her changes are kind of wacky. She lost her facet with the attack speed, Solar Flare, but she does have a lot of utility coming out with her Storm there, so I can't fault them on the side of Moodeng, along with the leap changes as well on her facets. Like, she has some ridiculous stuff. I'm surprised Monkey King still gets the respect ban. You don't have that high mobility until you get level 5 on Tree Dance, so it's a little bit of a slower process for you to hit that same stride as you used to. And the Abaddon is still relatively the same. Nothing about Mephetic Shroud was really touched, just the other facet with the cooldown, trying to get it buffed to parity. I'm not sure if that's enough for it either. I'm also surprised Bristleback's still a top tier ban. It was nerfed significantly in the sense that his passive quills coming out, like the damage threshold quills and his ags, I believe, doesn't actually count as an attack that can give him lifesteal, spell lifesteal, right? So you can't play with as much durability as would say the Bloodstone down the line. And it's interesting Tundra will go for the DK because it feels like Fire DK was nerfed. Like that style of farming up on DK is gone. You don't really have the innate cleave any longer with a facet. You do get a little bit more going on the other facets for sure. Like maybe it's kind of appealing again to go back into Corrosive Dragon. It feels like that might be the way to go, considering all of his output becomes physical, all of his spells become physical. He's got a lot of output for himself in that way. And I like the answer straight up from Moodeng Warriors. Timbersaw comes in. This is a old jab special, but of course JT is a mean Timbersaw player as well. And he didn't really get changed too much either. Just some mana cost increase on Twisted Chakram, along with slight damage reductions on early levels on the Chakram as well. But it still does the same thing. It still achieves the same thing. I would argue that tanky heroes feel slightly better because of the neutral changes here as well, Aries. With the change to this RPG-like mechanic where you have to kind of farm points for your team and you get to pick and choose, chances are you're almost always going to have like a plus HP, plus mana, plus HP regen attribute for your neutral. So all these tanky heroes just get tankier. I think we're seeing a little bit of a tank creep here on this patch, just slightly from those neutrals.
Okay, very interesting. Do you feel like... Have you been covering much of Moodeng? I'm yet to cast one of their games.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if... have they still been picking Timber even before this patch?
Oh, no, it's been banned against them, though, to be fair.
Okay.
So they don't really get to have access to the Timb. And again, it's just a JT special. I'm not sure if... I don't think they're going to do something crazy like let Jabs play Timbersaw and have JT support. I don't think they're that nuts. And still, 4 days in a row in group stage, 4 days in that boot camp on DreamLeague. And JT's camera is still the most messed up out of everyone's. I still don't know what is up with that. It's just, look, the guy's a great looking guy. Look at how well everyone else's cameras is. Like, Abed's looking fine. Sunby and Jabs were looking fine. Ollie looks all right. 423 looks all right. And then you hit JT and it's like, it's a camera from 2006.
It's like, I don't know, something wrong with the saturation, something else going on. Yeah, it's weird camera. It's okay. We'll see if the gameplay, it doesn't, if it's a little bit different than the camera. Hopefully the quality is a bit better from JT.
That it should be. It does feel like, again, Moodeng has just kind of felt flat, and I can't really point to any single person that feels like they're underperforming. It just feels like as a unit. And even in some drafting, their ideas have been a little bit odd. I know this is where Sunby Pete kind of shines, though. A new patch comes in. This nerd's up all morning, reading up, studying up, and figuring out what's good, testing stuff out. And there's the ring. Good lord, it comes out. This hero is disgusting. Let me go on a tangent here, Aries.
Yeah, go with my friend.
Why is this Impalement Arts not nerfed? The percent-based damage for the mana cost. Like in lane, sure, your HP's not that high, but it's still percent-based. You're losing a chunk of your HP. You're losing tangos to this very cheap 80 mana long-range poke that's relatively easy to land. He has a stupid save that I'm glad Nullifier takes care of, but it's still one of the most annoying saves, right up there with, not quite Disruption, still okay. Something about Astral Disruption is as tilting as, almost as tilting as the box of Moodeng Warriors. Still, Tundra, they get some spicier Aries. Jakiro comes out, fire and ice together now in one, as he does have both attacks now. And the Marcy with her new facets. This is where things are really interesting, because there's been a lot of talk of Marcy mid with the Rebound Unleash facet. There's a funky thing you can do with support Marcy with a Rebound Ally facet. And you get Bodyguard by default. I think Marcy's one of the winners coming out of patch. Unfortunately, because she's universal, her damage values are kind of readjusted for that. Moodeng Warriors, though, they get the illusion spam going that we were ranting about. My lord, this is definitely within what's strong in the patch. PL comes out. I'm keen on seeing which facet they get, whether or not they get Lancelot. And the Undying as well did get some damage numbers back up, so it's looking to be a very potent laning support. You're laning into, you have a DK you're playing up against, you have a Marcy, you're sapping stats away from a universal type, not going to feel that good for Tundra. I like this for Moodeng, right? Like, they definitely read the patch notes, they did their studying. Tundra did as well. I mean, you can't count out this Jakiro and the Marcy along with whatever the hell you're going to do with the DK, which is again, let me just continue this long rant here, Aries. DK, why the hell did? Okay, I'm happy Red Dragon was like kind of deleted, right?
Is
Red
it?
Dragon's...
I heard it wasn't. I heard people say that it's actually very good. So
wait, did they keep the cleave in Fire Dragon?
No, they don't. No, they didn't keep the cleave.
Okay, then I can see the value in maybe the AoE Dragon Tail, but okay. Bonus damage to enemies, all AoE effects. I mean, losing cleave does slow down the farming pace. I think that might be enough, although increased AoE effects could be a little bit annoying with the magic damage bonus. It's a nice chunk of DPS from DK, but why didn't Frost Dragon get touched, Aries? Why? Why wasn't that touched?
Yes, I don't know, my friend. That's a very good question. I was watching Koifa play earlier, and Seb was actually playing the DK carry, and he himself played the Frost Dragon on the DK. So
wait, why? But why?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna get. It doesn't matter what the patch is. Apparently, 33 will pick up the Beastmaster. So yeah, the potential answer to the Phantom Lancer. What with the drums, right? I believe this is still a thing, so I don't believe that much change with the beast. So potentially your Scepter into Shivas, I think is what you're needing. Maybe some magic damage as well versus the Timber Sword to blow him up could be nice. I guess they do have to save with the Ringmaster box now to think about it, but yeah, it doesn't matter what patch, 33 will play beast.
Yeah, and I am liking this AoE control out from Tundra. If you do go Fire Dragon with the AoE Dragon Tail with a bonus on AoE, plus say the Gleipnir, which does give the AoE bonus now, and it's a fine pickup for DK for more control. And that is a stupid amount of AoE control to play with. So I can see the value coming out here for Tundra. It just raises the question where you lane this hero, but you can kind of try to keep track of the PL illusions. It does make it a little bit easier to actually manage. In fact, that's an interesting counter to PL, right? You're going to stun everything up. You can start to maybe throw some AoE spells down. You can melt the illusion slightly with some magic. You can figure out which one's real based off of that and run away with it. And again, you're covering yourself here with the Beastmaster pickup as well with the Drums of Slam you mentioned. I want to say it's going to be interesting to see if we see any different sort of plays with the Helm the Dominator, whether or not these fish people start to get picked up with the dominated creep. There's some interesting bonuses there. The shield, magic shield is kind of cool. The increased move speed and damage, outgoing damage when you're in the river is also pretty damn nice. So I'm wondering if there's a niche for that here.
Definitely feels that might take a little bit of time though. You know, maybe that's where the Chen spammers, the Enchantress spammers are looking at that in particular. Maybe even the offlaners that like to build their Helm Dome, but potentially some of the other roles may avoid that area in the patch notes. They want something a little bit more flashy.
It's fair enough. I wonder which way they'll go here to close out. They do ban out the Death Prophet. I mean, that was an interesting one with the changes that you do get the spirits up for yourself. Ember being back to old Ember as well. Chains -1 target, but Remnants have 0 cast point. Like, it's kind of cool. So you just have Old Ember. That's a classic PL counter already on hand for Tundra. And it does look like we'll be getting ourselves a pause for Marcy coming in. So I'm keen on seeing if that's a rebound ally facet that comes out here for Soxa. But there is a bunch of fun stuff. For Moodeng Warriors, I mean, again, I was calling for something like an Abed. Meepo, it doesn't look like the best. Husker's open. And it doesn't look like an awful Husker game. You're laning into Ember Spirit. You've got the DK you can life break down. You've got a tanky Beastmaster you can whittle down as well. So I wouldn't mind something like that for Moodeng right here. Just cheese them out a little bit. Again, your tournament lives are on the line for Moodeng Warriors. Husker isn't a bad answer. And it also did get a couple of tweaks up, right? Like he has a new facet. Whether or not you actually want to pick that up is a different question, but it does give him some weird durability with the Dispel. So you do have that going for you.
I think just the question is like, what style of hero do they feel like they need? I would at least say well, you got no stuns. Sure, if you want to include the Ringmaster a little bit, but you absolutely have nothing. This is an incredibly free Ember game, so that's where you bring up the Husker. Do you try and destroy the Ember inside the lane? Maybe that's an answer, but then in the game, it still feels pretty free for the Ember. So how do you start fights on Moodeng? Maybe it's just off the back of the PL being incredibly farmed and having him as a response late game, but they've answered the PL. It is not like a free PL game. They're going to go Magnus, so it is quite greedy for Moodeng. Let's see. I will make like no assumptions. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going to enjoy the beautiful 7.38 patch that we have.
Yeah, I think this is already just such a great difference in drafting, right? Like, these are not really heroes we've seen too much. Like, we've seen a little bit of Marcy coming out. We've seen some Jakiro coming out as well, especially from Liquid. But we're getting a treat here, Aries. We do get that Ringmaster debut out. You know, we've got the new facet up for Abed. He got the internal empowerment, so he's always empowered. He gets a little bit more bonus as he starts twacking away. You do have that rebound picking up the ally facet for Saksa, so he does have the pick-me-up, which can toss your ally along, which is kind of funny, but also very impactful if you do manage to connect. And we are just getting Diracho staying on the Fire Dragon, so we will start to see maybe some of those Gleipnir plays, start to play with the AoE bonus that this DK has, and still the farming ability that he has with, say, the Fireball, if you do manage to work your way to that point. I think the one thing, just to circle back to what you were saying at the start here regarding draft choice, I do feel like the map's maybe just slightly Radiant advantaged, mainly because first Tormentor is Radiant side. So I think that can play a factor, and that might be the way people start to think about it, because Tormentor just gives you so much now. Like, the gold on top of the shard being given away is just huge. And again, it's a little bit trickier to contest the Tormentor. So I'd say maybe just that first Tormentor can dictate a lot. Still, I do like what Tundra's running just a tad bit more here, Aries. I think overall, you've got much better hold, as you were saying was a weakness for Moodeng. They do have RP to play with, and that can be nice. This RP combination with the Ringmaster Ultimate could be great. AoE hold, yada, 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 can kind of pile up, especially with the Timbersaw applying damage on top and decay spam coming in. I'm just not sure if it's enough, because if this game starts to go really late, I mean, again, you've got an Ember, you've got a Beastmaster with Ags build up, you've got this DK with a lot of AoE, you've even got like Jakira and Marcy to an extent that can also just start to clear out these illusions. You have a lot of ways of just making this be a very, very hard game for 423 to try to scale up here. No, please not the Ringmaster, please. To be fair, it fits him.
Yeah, I suppose. He's kind of vibing out right now. Launching his way to the lane. He's looking kind of clean. For people who are just tuning in and have never seen a Ringmaster game, potentially I'm not going to include myself in that discussion. Hint, hint, maybe it is. Where does this hero fit best? What is his playstyle? Like, give us the kind of a rundown. I know you said before, like, you know, this hero is kind of strong as crap, but we actually may even need to hold that thought. Oh, God.
Great. No need. You've got the pause. Ovid's out. And now we can talk about this Ringmaster. I hate this hero. I think I can... It is a very annoying support to play up against, as he does get the instant reconnect, but it's interesting that his facets affect all of his souvenirs, so you're not really changing the hero too much between what you choose, and it looks like we are getting pretty much the standard Ringmaster from launch. So you have the tonic, which makes you... which increases an allied hero's strength, plus his by 5+1 per Ringmaster's levels for 8 seconds. A little bit of a pseudo Tumbler's Toy with Whoopee Cushion. Funhouse Mirror is just an illusion rune, almost like, although. Poke checking for the wards. But yeah, I'm going to be super curious about how Jabs kind of prioritizes here, because Impalement Arts is probably the worst bit of his kit. Like, it's the most annoying part, along with Escape Act. Like, having this sort of save coming out, just breaking off any sort of aggression you're trying to pump in here from Tundra is going to be annoying. And the poke Jabs potentially has with this Impalement Arts is kind of nuts. It's also surprising that they aren't gunning to be defensive on their own rune. It will still be a 2-for-2, but everyone's looking to play offense, trying to utilize perhaps that little river rundown that you would have an advantage on the opposing side.
This is crazy.
Just running in.
The map looks so crazy. What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
Holy.
Oh, yeah, dude. We flooded in, Aries. We're flooded up. You know, we didn't have the preparedness to drain out the water, so we've lost... Our map's just wet. You know, it's pretty cool. I feel like it would look really cool if the map cosmetics kind of worked out with it well. that's something to test down the line. Still, something we don't really need to test here. We are taking a gander down bot. 33 just going for the usual beast mode, Beastmaster, getting some good application onto 423 early on. This is a double melee lane into an Undying, so Ollie should be feeling pretty damn good. But Soxa is spacing himself away from the Beastmaster at the least, so not giving double decay stacks out does kind of hinder Ollie's early presence, but this should still be a pretty fine lane for 423. He did go Lancelot. He does have that extra bit of damage coming out with the Spirit Lance. It does not quite work with the Ags, unfortunately, so the bounces don't really benefit from it, but it is still a lot of output once you have the illusions stacking up. The issue is, can you actually leave those illusions up and running in this game? We'll have to see down the line, but for now, in the lane at the very least, it's being managed well enough for 423.
Sure. How's our other side lane looking at the moment as well? We have seen previously inside the lanes, the Dragon Knight has been an exceptional hero to play into the Timbersaw. That was often in mid lane where you would expect like the Timber to be able to actually beat the DK just because of the strength, but it really didn't work out like that. And I've still seen the side lane DKs do very good versus the Timber. Now, with that being said, new patch, not sure what differences we're going to get, and mainly also how the Ringmaster now influences this lane in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the Ringmaster does have decent poke, magical damage with percent-based HP damage coming in. You do get that Impalement Marts at level 2 here for jabs. Duracho and Whitemon have made this lane pretty hellish, though. For JT, there's a ton of magic damage coming in from Tundra. Just a read fire, just a casual right-clicks out from Whitemon, having both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost on hand. For Jakiro now is mental, to say the least. He also has this facet with the Icebreakers. He has the Ice Path that can break up to get another stun going and is just a little bit more annoying to play into, which is kind of cool to see down the line once you do start to get the points in. And overall, that's making this a relatively challenging lane for JT, right? Every time he walks up, he gets Breed Fire. He gets copped with 2 hits from Whitemon. Half his HP starts melting away. There's not too much jabs can really do to stop that. He can try for Pulse, but it doesn't feel like the Ringmaster is really the most comfy in that. He does have decent move speed to try it, but not even an attempt there. And just letting go of the Lotus at tree, Whitemon will manage to just pick it up as a little bit of a block was coming in here for jabs. So again, you just have all the resources pouring out. This top lane for Duracho going extra smooth into the Tim. Maybe by level 3 you see a little bit more of a threat from jabs. No, level 2 Whirling Death with a value point in the Timber Chain. Things can start to balance out there if he decides to skill that way on JT.
Yeah, what is the more traditional skill build that we get out of the Ringmaster?
I do believe it tends to be a maxing of Tame the Beast. Like, you do just get the value point in Impalement, but it's such a good value point. It's again, probably one of the most annoying things of this hero, as they are dropping JT very low again with all of that poke. Again, this buff on Jakiro almost feels uncalled for, but the hero hasn't been too popular, so I guess he needed it, but man, his right-click damage is just stupid in lane. Look at that.
Yep.
Look at that.
They're gonna go in on this actually. JT trying to put some pressure onto Whitemon, but be able to get anything out of it. Bottom lane, Tombstone kill was there for 33 in Starkster as well, so it's a bit of an attempt to try and put some pressure on from Oli, or maybe securing the lane. We got one up top though. Jab's able to find it. Duracho trying to strike back, running down the Ringmasters. Another Dragon Tail in a couple of seconds, but Jabs is fine. Oh, is he? Fine. Wait, Duracho? This is a T1 tower? Okay. Looks like he's going to be able to get it. The fact that JT was dragging the waves, so the Timber wasn't there to act as a bodyguard to keep Jabs alive.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. He did see the early whoopee cushion being committed, as they will also clean up Ollie down bot. I'm a little bit surprised bot lane's as challenging as it is, but again, the positioning coming out from Tundra, they're playing pretty much two fronts, right? 33's taking care of 423, Soxa takes care of Ollie. They are starting to bully this guy out now.
They are indeed. He's going to need some assistance. Is it going to come through fast enough, though? Jabs will do his best, but it doesn't matter. 33 finds another kill, and they might be able to continue the fight. They're bringing the battle to Jabs, who TP down and gives another kill over 33's Beastmaster. Doesn't matter what patch it is. He is finding kill after kill. Enough mana here for another round of the axes. Does have a massive creep wave that is going to be tanking. So we'll have to think twice on what the decision's going to be. And it looks to try and scurry away.
just makes it out really kind of crazy that they commit that much on the side of Moodeng Warriors to try to course correct there, right? Like, they don't respect the output, the early durability from 33 here, and just this lack of presence from a slower laning start for Ollie and 423. It's just a little bit too much. We haven't really looked at the mid. We are seeing a little bit of a chase out from BZM. Abed will at least snag away the bottle instead of BZM getting that last click off. And this mid lane has been probably the most even lane coming out here for Moodeng, drawing even in terms of output and CS. Again, you're just going for a standard build-up on Abed. Level 1 Empower, you still get the benefits from Eternal Empowerment with a little bit of that max stack coming into play to help you flash farm with a value point at the very least. But beyond that, all the lanes have been pretty rough. Jabs again just facing the punishment of Jakiro now. It's painful, man.
Yeah. But it is indeed. I do want to quickly mention that Abed cancels the TP from BZM before we saw that power, and so BZM has to run all the way back to base instead of TPing back and then running in. It's a little bit of time out of the lane, which will assist, but of course, importantly, you have the Shrine of Wisdom's activating in a couple of seconds. We're going to get a bit of a fight by the looks of it, but Aurora with the scanner already set up. Abed's going to try and skill behind, gets the connection with the RP. Sucks, and that is an ambitious use of the rebound. And he will just put himself on a silver platter at Moodeng. They get some much needed kills here at top.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they did not expect that commitment to come out from Abed, and they were stuck in such a tight corner. Remember, you are still playing DK into Timbersaw. That Whirling Death, that Timber Chain is still pure damage, and it's still going to rip right through you. Great line of action there from the side of the Moodeng Warriors. That does give a little bit of reset out. JT's not the healthiest. He does have some stick charges on, not really enough to give him enough mana to start to play poke and prod. But you do even out the game. All of those kills evening out just a little bit on mid.
Soxon's in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and deal with the Tombstone. I don't think the Master will live to tell the tale, unfortunately. And yeah, that's not going to be the case. BZM also has to use pretty much all of his resources to get away. At bottom?
Again,
423 is getting invaded. Duracho and Whitemon coming through the portal. Let's see if they're going to be able to find the real Phantom. That's a nice juke, but it's not going to matter in the end, I don't think. They've got the movement speed with the river. Duracho should be able to chase him down. We still... 33 still thought he guessed correctly. Roared over the left side, but... it's not a big deal.
No. And you got to make sure, right? Maybe it's just maybe it's a really good juke. Maybe they don't have enough damage. You want to be sure. Take care of it. It's not the longest cooldown in the world anyhow. You've got a lot of room to start shoving down bot now. And again, a very equal footing coming out. In terms of farm, it does still feel a lot better for Tundra, considering how well their lanes are coming out. But you are finding some opportunities for yourself here on the side of Moodeng Warriors. And that's mainly building off of, again, the most even lane you've gotten from Abed. He managed to deliver with a good rotation into the Shrine of Wisdom. He's got RP coming off cooldown now as well, and he is rushing into the Blink before the Echo Saber. So he is looking to rectify that lack of control for the team. He'll be the one to start to set things up. The side of Tundra are starting to dig a little bit further back. Again, they're keeping constant track of 423. Not the comfiest of times for this PL. Bottom network core, behind by a significant margin in comparison to the other cores here from the side of Tundra. It's going to be a slow process for 423 to catch up to that point. But I'm interested in this build. He's rushing for that Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. That item was completely reworked, which means you have no way of hitting anyone that's decrapped up as they're chasing Ollie.
Easy kill. 33 level 8. Jesus, same level as the mid laners. This is going to be quite a fast timing out of the step. The top lane, Duracho is by himself, and the nuke from these two heroes showcasing at the early stage.
Yeah, you've got to show some respect for that. Now, again, I like the way Jabs went. He actually went for Impalement Arts priority over Tame the Beasts, and it is the more consistent damage source, right? Like, you get to keep more charges, 4.5%. HP burn is nothing to be scoffed at, and it's just extremely spammable. We'll try to get some counterplay here, though, but it doesn't look like BZM wants to fully commit. And you are starting to get some responses out to open up the map a little bit more. With all of that attention focused top, 423 just a little bit freer down bot, despite losing his tier 1 tower early. They'll try for a smoke play out here on the side of Moodeng Warriors. They did pop that Flesh Golem rather early, so it's not going to last too long. But they do have the Wheel of Wonder ready.
And they should be able to, by the looks of it. Abed, nice location of the skewer. Back-to-back deaths here for the carry from Tundra. Nice movement, Aurora. Keeping steady, and maybe this gives us a moment as well to look at some of the neutral items. We've had a lot of stuff going on. 15 kills at this stage of the game. How do you feel about the RPG changes that we have?
I think it's pretty cool. I find it fun because you're almost always guaranteed to have something you like, right? Like maybe you don't get something great in your actual artifact, but the effect or your stats for it are pretty good, so you're happy enough. You find an artifact that can still provide you with something. I feel like it's a great way of removing the RNG aspect of it just a tad bit, allowing a lot more of fairness where you know, you don't feel like you're completely shafted away. 5 shovels is still probably the best way to go, but again, you're very happy with how all of this works. It's just it's kind of cool, as the smoke is. They've got RP ready, they've got that blink set. A big kill if they could find 33 somehow through the smoke.
Nasty one, 33. Top net worth by a long shot. Farming up the Ancients as well down to the south. It looks like Oh, no way. Is he actually...
Wow.
So close to winning up the high ground.
Dyrachyo, though.
So apparently, let's just pick out Dyrachyo by the looks of it. Nice time with the Dragon Tail, actually. Slow reaction out of Abed. Couple of TP's going to come through. They will be too quick to be able to bring him down before the response, but BZM, Arcane Rune given over to the Ember. What are you really going to be able to do with him? They try and drop the wheel from jabs, making it a little bit difficult for them to now secure the area to take the fight, as JT is good for 2.
Oh, man, and that Marcy just got deleted from that burst. And JT's at the point where he's pumping a ton of damage out, and that's him without the full Kaya even up yet in that engagement. Now it's up post-fight. So that process becomes a lot simpler here for the side of Moodeng Warriors. A 10-7 start. Honestly, not what I'd expect coming in here. I felt like Tundra would have the reins in this game, that they'd kind of get this ball going much quicker. You know, you'd have a smoother time coming out there for Dyrachyo, but he's gotten the short end of the stick. 33 does have his full ags up, so the drums to Slam are banging away. And again, it gets a little bit easier to manage. As that PL, even the magic damage onto JT is going to be good. JT himself clearing out some stacks with his Chakras flying around. He's going to be able to get that gold injection into the Glimmer Cape, which surprisingly enough wasn't really touched in this patch. So yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, that development was a lot more recent, but it is, again, one of those things that maybe we'll see in a sub patch. We'll see that touched in a sub patch for sure, probably.
I don't know how you feel, but I've still got some concerns even over like Moodeng having a very good early game. I don't know about this PO. You are so heavily countered by multiple heroes on Tundra, and you've had a rough game, and you are really struggling to farm. I don't know what they're going to be able to do across the map. And once again, we've got the early Roche going on from Tundra as well. This scepter has not changed from 33, so let's see who they give the ages over to, if it's BZM or the Bees.
Does look like 33 will just take it for himself. He's left alone in that area, and he'll find it. Nice quick Roche, 14 minutes in. They will lose Whitemon for that, but again, not a big deal though.
Wow, 33. Okay. Might lose the ages pretty early on though. They're happy with that. They are incredibly happy, and maybe actually been wanting to try and take the team fight. Abed's ready with the RP. Nice timing, but still clumps them up with the side step over to the left side, and now Abed missing. Will give an opportunity to the TPs. They'll respect Dyrachyo. You also have BZM starting to move over as well.
Yeah, this at the lag timing, not quite what you'd want. Might give some time for a Tundra to reconsider. Abed still has an angle in.
I thought Dyrachyo was going to go for the tomb. Find the angle though on Abed. BZM shows for a second. The rest of the team's actually look at a portal away, so they're going to the other side, and there is this observer set up as well, so Radiant will be aware, but it looks like they're not really able to do that much with the information. Oh, because we have the Tormentor, okay.
Yeah. Again, even if they're on Dire side, 200 still manages to get it. It just feels like this is just slightly Radiant Radiant favored if you still had your tier 1. You know, taking the Tormentor would have been nice considering all of that gold. Like, look at that. A 3k lead coming out for Tundra off of that Roshan and the Tormentor. It's just way too much now coming in. It is something you have to contest. It isn't something you can give away for free, but or just, again, falling a little bit short, not finding the angle in. Although maybe? No. Abed tried.
What is it built for? Is this Mage Slayer? Is the Cornucopia? Yeah, okay, it looks like it is. Now it gets delivered on the Courier. The rest of the team considering about starting to move over off the back of getting the Tormentor. They are smoked up. Just a little bit indecisive on where they actually want to go. Potentially thinking about going for 4-2-3 or combining with BZM. Who currently is running Jabs and Oli down.
Got a good smoke angle here with a fresh blink in 3-2-3. If they could find an angle in, Abed would be a very juicy kill. Not too hard to find either if they could fully commit here.
This is what can Jabs do as a response to it. One point in the escape axe, so a very long cooldown. If they went then, not have had really a great way to be able to protect Abed, but they're just going to play behind BZM, get the tower, open up the map a little bit.
Yeah, playing it safe. I mean, again, you've got so many ways to counteract this PL. It's still a rough road for 4-2-3. Still bottom that word core. He does have that full Revenant's Brooch up, so he's got some of that spell lifesteal on. He's got the critical on hand for some bonus magic damage coming through. That can be kind of cool, I suppose. Whether or not it's enough, it certainly doesn't feel like it at this point.
No, I don't think it's enough. 4-2-3. They're going to be able to find him farming down inside the river. And Duracho and Sarksa make quick work of the PL.
Yeah, and you're seeing why the DK is pretty sick up against that PL. Even though you don't have that splash damage, you do have AoE Dragon Tail. And well, it still makes it a simpler prospect in softening up and finding the real one. And getting some good control out. 11-9, 5k lead coming out for Tundra. And it's like what you were asking a while ago, Ares. That's the biggest weakness for the side of Moodeng is that Phantom Lancer so far. 4-2-3 is just not really having an impact in the game. The only place that has been coming out from Moodeng has been from JT and from Abed. Mind you, Abed can scale to an extent, but it's a lot of pressure to put onto one guy to try to make up for your past one not really having a game. He does have his Echo Saber up and running at the least, and higher levels than Empowers. There's a little bit more damage coming out. Mind you, again, with Eternal Empowerment, there's a lot of damage that can come in just from twacking twice with the Echo Saber, but whether or not you can burst them again without the follow-through from, say, a Phantom Lancer, a little bit trickier. You're still very reliant on JT taking these fights near some good tree lines, and that's not always going to happen, but it does feel a little bit more forested on this new map at least.
I'm hearing a roar. Abed, solo killed by 33.
Just like that. A little bit of a magic
like
trick.
that, and Jabs out front of the base as well. BZM with a double damage rune. What's going to stop them? Nice Ice Path connection. An easy kill onto Oli. A Tombstone going to be farmed as well as Tundra. They are rolling 7,000 lead and climbing quickly.
I mean, you have to be really concerned right now on the side of Moodeng Warriors. You're 7k behind at 19 minutes in. It's a significant lead coming out for Tundra very early on. And the first Aegis maybe didn't matter too much for 33, but it's just been a snowball effect since then. It just doesn't feel like you have that momentum on the side of Moodeng Warriors. You're trying to work your way into the Ags of JT. You want that spell immunity or debuff immunity here for Abed with a BKB being rushed out as well. But the main issue is just you have no core to play with. Like, the Rocher's super confident now to join his team in these fights, just with the Armlet and the MOM along with a casual Yasha. More than enough for the DK. He's got some good stats to play with, good HP still on hand. And the PL's just a sitting duck right now. Like, yeah, Revenant's Brooch is cool. Yasha and Tamanta's gonna make up for some of that squishiness just a tad bit, but not fully yet. And it's gonna take a long time for your PL to finally have a game up against his counters, which is just never gonna be smooth anyhow.
Yeah, and what happened to Abed's farm as well? I don't know if he was just trying to gank a little bit too much instead of farming, but his net worth is quite low than what I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they did waste a lot of time running around the map. I think he's been getting a little bit less emphasis. The it's JT that's really just getting free lanes for himself, right? He was hanging top for a long time. He's been taking this free farm down bot. The jungle space was surrendered to 423, and he is taking it, even though it's a little bit of a slower process for Phantom Lancer at the moment. So that does mean Ovid's just taking a little bit of a step back, and it doesn't help getting picked off like that as well, with floating gold on hand, just trying to wait for some deeper pockets to buy out the more expensive stuff first. Already targeting 43 again, although Whitemon,
but given a kill over. Is him even thinking about trying to step in, but he didn't have anyone else. Tundra will bleed a kill, but it's not the biggest deal. See what they're getting across the map. Continue with the shove, and bottom is feeding onto the tier 3 tower. So Moodeng are losing a lot on the map currently. No one really farming mid as well. And for me, I'm looking at JT. I mean, this guy for me, I feel like has to be the X factor. Him, I know we mentioned Arbet a couple of times, but JT is incredibly farmed. We've seen his damage has been really important for Moodeng through the early kills, but maybe with the Scepter we can see him play a little bit more aggressively across the map.
And that's definitely something that has to kick in. They've got to find a way to be able to play more confidently up front and just relieve some of that pressure on Abed. And again, he's the main source of damage. It's not going to be Abed, it's not going to be 423 for some time. It is this Timber Saw and the Whirling Death and the Chakram that is just going to try to melt these heroes apart from the side of Tundra. A little bit of a smoke out from Tundra. Fresh BKB already on hand for 223. He's farmed up like a maniac in this game. So has Deracha after a little bit of a slower laning start. One big pick off here could start to get you knocking onto the high ground with all of these tools available here.
JT. Let's see the TP's come out, but I think they're going to be a little bit too late with a nuke from 33. Jabs will do his best, but it doesn't matter. Does still end up going down. Arbet, does he want to go for the skewer play? 33. Looks like he's going to be too strong. Arbet will not go for that attempt. They're probably lacking the damage without the Timber, and PL still not in fighting shape.
No. I think that's a fair call. It's just a little bit too hard. You're not able to really connect these Wheel of Wonders as well. The fear hasn't been long enough from Jabs. So you're not really getting like easy setup or easy follow through damage in that case. They'll find another free tier 2 here on the side of Tundra. 11k up at 22 minutes. Again, I guess the silver lining for the side of Moodeng is that they've evened out the kill board nicely. They've managed this game well enough with some of the openings they've been given. But it's just not enough to equalize the game just yet. And just so much more time for 423. Like, he's just going back for his own Glimmer Cape now, mitigating some of that magic damage, try to weave in and out of these fights. Has that Manta, a few more illusions to play with Lancelot.
Oh, they know.
Although...
Oh, they know. 423. Fourth death added to the tally now. This PL picks kind of later in the second phase, but we see the response from Tundra and the gameplay has been perfect to address it.
And it has been. Again, it's even in the lane just been a little bit slow. Jabs getting poked out.
Didn't even notice busy Metal Radiance. Not up to the high gun, but without the stuns, Abed not really be able to hope for an RP. It's a difficult attempt when there's always the opportunity to slide dodge, and BZM continuing to play with his food.
Yeah. I mean, this Radiance is just going to ruin 423's game. Not that he has the game anyhow, but now he has to worry about the mischance as well. You have no easy answers in the PL still. And even if you were trying to farm yourself into the point where, say, a Bloodthorn comes in, you're still a ways off from that. Like, there's just no farm to be had. Moodeng are just losing map space, just having to hug the tower, just trying to look for opportunities on single targets. But Tundra, for the most part, really hasn't started to splinter apart. Playing it safe, they've got a full BKB on Soxa, so the supports are starting to get wealthy as well. Soxa's nipping at the heels of 423, just about 3,000 gold behind, which is not a net worth differential you want to see as a core at 24 minutes in comparison to a support. Smoke out from Moodeng.
It's at the river. Is this really the target you want to go for, though? Deracha's got the BKB, he can activate it and does so early on and looks to turn onto Jabs. Protected with the Scepter at the moment, Jabs is going to be okay. Tundra will back safely over towards the high ground where they can reposition and actually take a team fight if they want to. Waimon will even drop a ward as well, but it looks like everyone else is a little bit hesitant. Maybe they feel like with the BKB used on Deracha, there could be an opportunity for the boys on Moodeng, and they feel like that's the case. They're going to smoke again. Nice
And
jam.
Tormentor's being taken. Both back off from back of those scans. This is something that you cannot afford to lose on the side of Moodeng. This could be your ticket back. It's a good gold swing. Again, a good position. Just maybe an awkward way to pop the smoke.
In the BZM. But he has to go huge. Needs a multi-man RP. 33 might be able to find him in the tree line as well. Arbed needs to be so cautious. 33 jumps. There's the box there for the last second. Arbed will try and do his best, but the RPs, it's just not good enough. They needed more at this stage of the game, and he wasn't able to pull through. And Raiden, they're going to be cleaned up to the front of the Tormentor. They can now go for the objective afterwards on Tundra. It's about to be a full 5-man wipe. They'll lose a couple of heroes, but it's not really a big concern for the boys on Dire.
You don't even find a couple of the kills you were gunning for here on the side of Moodeng. The Racho ends up falling to the Tormentor. At least Abed dies to the Tormentor as well. They did buff up the damage on this damn thing. So it can be a little bit awkward to take the fight there. But a full wipe coming out for Moodeng. We're in favor of Tundra. Overall, I mean, again, you're in just a happy game state. Abed was super patient, only really RPs one, and the follow-through is just not there. With the BKBs already being up, you're basically blocking off all of this damage that JT's trying to apply for the team. You did have a good high ground position, but JT walks up to the Watcher to take that vision control away, even though they were on the high ground anyhow, and just loses that smoke advantage. So Tundra get the positional advantage in the end, as they're looking for stragglers, survivors here.
Back live. Tombstone lay it down, and actually Moodeng feel confident enough to take the team fight. An early BKB from Duracio. 423 is vulnerable, but they're going to be able to deal with the illusions. They are starting to push them back as JT is going to get on top of Starkster as well, but that's where 33 looks to pounce on his opportunity.
Oh my god.
Whitemon layers the stunlock as well. Abed's RP is still on cooldown, and 423 is just not doing enough with the Phantom Lancer. They'll get the Jakiro. Abed will attempt to try and TP out, an ambitious one at that. Tundra was surrounding him. There was no way he's going to make it out. And meanwhile, Jabs will be caught as well. BZM was playing with an Arcane Rune on the Ember. 3-0 and 8 he is spell casting and playing incredibly well inside the fights.
They all are on Tundra, right? Like the way they're chaining these stunts off of each other, maximizing that control every single time. It just doesn't feel like you have a game to play here on the side of Moodeng Warriors. All you have to play with is RP. You called it out in the draft era, Aries. Lack of control abounds for the side of Moodeng, and there's just no easy course correction for that. They have a couple of saves that can come in, sure. Like, you know, they've got this escape act that can be kind of clutch. It hasn't really felt that way in this match, at the very least, just yet. They lose another Roshan to Tundra. Nice and simple take. Secondary life now for Duracio, as he is working his way into his full Mjolnir and should be set to fly that out once the Hyperstone is farmed up. You've got the refresh coming in here for 33 next. Already has the Nullifier on hand. So there really just is no escape. Even that escape deck is just gone, as it is dispellable, which I take satisfaction in, but for Moodeng, it's not going to be very satisfying for them to have to deal with this network disadvantage. They catch out one again.
Meanwhile, 33 might solo kill JT over to the far west side. JT will be able to step the TP out as 33 already used Roar and BZM wasn't there in time.
And you're just trying to save yourself some time here in Moodeng. For what? I'm not sure. Because we're just getting a bog standard PL now, right? Like we're getting the heart out for 423. Again, there's some good damage that can come out with Lancelot. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Like you're playing into DK, you're playing to Beastmaster, you have this Ember who's just going to dodge in and out. Again, it still feels like this game is on JT and Abed to get things done, and it's just way too much coverage they have to get done by themselves and just not even consider what 423 can do. Like, the best you can hope for is prolonged fight with a lot of Spirit Lances flying out, but even that hasn't really come out here for the PL. Not at all.
I feel like there's a lot of neutral items. It's probably hard to pinpoint or like look through every single one in particular, but like when you saw the patch, and was there some that you were excited to see experimented with?
Yeah, I think there's some pretty interesting stuff on the later tiers. I'm trying to remember. There was just so much that just kind of locked out of my brain. I think I really like, there's a tier tree, the one that gives a barrier. Let me quickly check. It's, there was one, I always pick it up. It's the, what's it called? The tier tree.
I don't know.
Hang on. There's time. The Gale Guard. I think the Gale Guard's like lit. And there's a tier 1 as well that gives some regen. It's not a massive amount, the Polywog charm, but it's also pretty cool. Yep. Increased HP regen by 8 for 10 seconds. In water, you move 10% faster. It's kind of neat. You know, it's a lot of durability stuff in the neutrals that has taken my fancy here just a tad bit. JT?
What? I can't tell what is a high ground and what isn't a high ground. I mean, well, maybe inside the base, you have Duraccio. We're going to try and put the pressure on. 4-2-3 is going to be fine. Oh, apparently he's not going to be fine. Doesn't get the doppelganger away, and 33 will make sure he uses that slight mistake that was there from the PL to his advantage.
Again, they still have this banner up nice and healthy. No one's really range can poke unless you put jabs in the firing line. BZM amp damage just dancing around. He has nothing to be scared off in this Ember. Like, all you can hope for is maybe you catch him out with an RP from Abed, but that's not easy to do. Duracho just wants to reset as well, or just wants to bait them in as they jump in.
JT not really able to play around with the scepter thanks to the nullifier from 33. Refresher used as well. Now they do somehow also get the Ember inside the fountain, so we will lose BZM. They're going to try and TP out amount of defense. Meanwhile, Duracho is running interference, but the Aegis still in hand. He is just splashing down some of the members. They will utilize their buybacks, but BZM has one of his own as well. You killed him the once. Good luck doing it a second time, and with the G is getting dropped, unfortunately for Moodeng, that will secure a position where they are eliminated. Not the placement they were hoping for. Unfortunately, condolences to them. And I believe with Tundra as well, with this victory, they guarantee first place as well.
I believe so. I don't think they were under too much threat. I mean, again, maybe if they got 2-0'd, there's a couple of permutations there where they might potentially tiebreak with Betboom, but again, those possibilities are completely gone. And for the side of Moodeng Warriors, rather unfortunate. New patch. This is where a team like them who's struggling could maybe shine if they pull something wacky. What we get is the Phantom Lancer, which again, a lot of people are saying are pretty interesting, pretty strong with the Lancelot, but the side of Tundra were ready. The DK on hand, the Ember, the Beastmaster, their lane setup looked really good. They get really strong lane dominators as well with a Jakiro on hand for Whitemon. And again, for Moodeng Warriors, I'd say off of this patch, Sunbeast draft is actually really solid. Again, maybe withstanding this PL, right? Everything else was pretty solid. They had a good read on what looked to be strong coming in. It's just Tundra had a better read on what's stronger than what they had, right? Like, again, this PL pickup just completely counteracted. It's just, I don't know, it felt pretty forced here for Moodeng Warriors, and with that, like, the last hope of Southeast Asia dies here, at least, unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately it does. Like you're saying, kind of felt a little bit forced. Maybe 4-2-3 read the patch notes and has really been itching to play PL. I know he has a bit of a unconventional hero pool. PL hasn't been picked in a while, looking to try and make it work. Not the case in this game, which is very unfortunate to see from them. So we'll have to see what we get out of these boys in future tournaments. Hopefully they're going to be able to stick around because they do have some incredible talent there. But for them, it's not going to work. For Tundra, though, they continue to look good. And like we were saying, your first place guaranteed, get some more APT points, which is important to be able to secure their place into EWC. But with that is just game 1 for our first series of the night. So we're going to send to a break. When we come back, we got game 2, Tundra taking on Moodeng Warriors.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over
We are back ready to go with a brand new patch here. Game 2 coming up shortly. It's just the game, John, where we get to work out all the new broken things and fun and exciting things as well. Unfortunately, with the Game 1 results, there's nothing to play for. Tundra first place, Moodeng eliminated, but we are playing for a brand new patch for all our entertainment.
That we are. Hopefully we see some more fun stuff. I love the ideas for Moodeng going for the Ringmaster, which actually felt pretty awful. Let's face it, that did not feel great for Jabs whatsoever. Even the saves coming out from the escapement arms were really not doing much. So maybe trying to look at other ideas. How about this Dazzle idea? Dazzle with novel projection. Let's get that done. I think that's going to be pretty cool if they decide to go very left field here on the side of Moodeng Wars or on the side of Tundra. Because guess what? They brought out the Marcy we were talking about. They brought out that reworked DK, which still looked as strong as ever, which is really dumb. I'm not that happy about seeing DK still being relevant, but at least it's not just cleave away, hit creeps, and you're happy. You get some more interaction with it at the very least. Some more ludology, as they used to say in my university when I was studying. Mr. Aries, that's a term I never will ever use in my life again. Yeah, there's some ludological interaction there for DK now, and it's nice to see. We'll see if they adjust in the draft. Mind you, there was a little bit of a interesting time in the lobby. They did get priority on, I believe, Moodeng, and they did get first pick. So Radiant was picked here by Tundra. So it's kind of still the same as what you were saying from drafting last time there, Aries. It hasn't really shifted much, but we do have some different bans at the least. Tundra will ban out the PL, surprisingly enough, along with the DK, because Moodeng banned out that Beastmaster that clears out all of those illusions. So at the least, that's gone. I guess if you want some illusions for 423, maybe down the line, and this is probably never going to get banned, stuff like CK, Naga, and probably TB are still available. Out of all of them, I'd say CK is the most interesting because of his facets, but I don't know if that's enough to bring the hero back, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, well, I want Duracho to play it, honestly. I'd be very excited to see Duracho pull it out. So let's see what they ask of him, because he's been playing a lot of the PA, a lot of the DK at the moment, so we're probably going to see the Phantom Assassin banned like we saw in the previous game. That hero is still quite strong at the moment. I'm trying to remember some of the other bans we saw. Monkey was one of them, right? So yeah, Monkey's going to be removed again.
Same old so far. I can't fault teams for still banning the PA. Again, her damage values got nerfed on Methodical, but Blur got reworked to be basically old Blur, so you're still pretty happy about that. The Bristleback will be taken out of the picture here as well, which, again, it's still relatively strong in terms of output. It was changed that you don't get as much spell lifesteal going on because of the reflected damage type, but it's still a very viable kind of way of starting off your draft. I'm wondering if something like Alchemist is going to be picked or banned by the side of Moodeng Warriors, as they do have first pick overall, so they could try to gun for a win condition like that if they were feeling confident. We'll ban the Shaker and open Ember. That's rather interesting, but again, it's just old Ember again, so if first phase Ember used to work, then it would certainly still work here, I guess.
I think we have a couple things, right, to mention that the Elk slips through, the Lifesteal and the Mirana slip through. So Lifesteal is a bit of a question mark on, just because
here we go.
Yeah, here we go. We get the Pudge. I was gonna say, like, I don't think BZM is a Husker player. Like, I don't remember seeing him play Husker, so that's already one of the big counters that we get to the Ember not available. DK is also banned as well. But we get the Pudge hero. So to anyone that isn't aware, hopefully everyone has the opportunity to be able to watch a lot of the streams going on, because there was a carry Pudge played with an Iro from BetBoom. I don't think... We got a bit of a crazy item build. I think there was like Sanjin Yasha and AC in there from Pure. I don't exactly remember though, but we will see if this is going to be a Duracho Pudge or a BZM Pudge.
I'd like to see it be for Duracho. I feel like that facet for the damage on Rot is really befitting a pause 1. It's really funky now that you just get Flayer's Hook on a Shard. I think that's kind of crazy that you get you get an old facet in the Shard and you get new facets as well. Like, that's kind of nuts. I think that's one of the crazy things with Pudge. Rotten Core is the go for. So I'd want to see that in safe lane for Duracho. I think it fits in. For mid lane matchups for BZM, hey, you know what? Invoker was reworked a little bit with his facets. Why not go Invoker? I think that option's still open. Lane's okay into Ember, if not pretty damn well, depending on how well you land your skills. So I'm keen on seeing if that's some way Tundra will decide to go. We'll see, as they should look for supports. The hell is Whitemon doing? That is awkward. I want to see Whitemon just chowing down on noodles again, like when he was on, what is that org sometime back? TSM. And God bless. That's a name I haven't heard of in 3 years.
Yeah.
Chowing some noodles. I feel like they've stopped giving Whitemon noodles. You know, they want him to focus on the game. He's not chowing down.
I was eating before, but yeah, maybe not the noodles.
Not the noodles.
Oh, far out. Is this, what is this? Is this Socks a Slock? Is this a BZM Slock? Is this a carry? I don't know. What's... Oh boy, this is exciting stuff. Let me see. What did they do to Slock? They gave him some debuff, right? Yeah, with the Barracuda, he gets minus armor, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty sick. Again, like, there's a lot of crazy interactions that can happen. I'm just curious. I'd like to see this more on, I don't know, probably just the offlane coming out here, as they will just go a little bit more bog standard on Moodeng Warriors, going for that Phoenix, which hasn't been changed too badly. A little bit of a bonus, I guess, on the hotspot, now that you get ×2 for your innate on the tail end of your Sunray, but I don't think it's interesting enough for it, is it?
What happened with this hero? Why did he not get nerfed? What was I missing?
I'm not sure. That is something that is very interesting to think about, but I literally can't tell you. I can't dig into their minds and say, why has Phoenix not been taken out of the picture? It's still there. It really hasn't been touched outside of becoming strength again, which in some ways is a benefit anyhow. So you weren't really using all stats on Phoenix too well anyway. So I don't know. It's an interesting one, but the frog works in mysterious ways there.
Yeah,
Mr. Aries.
Yes, he does.
And he does.
Do we get a Mirana? Maybe, hopefully. I don't know what the draft is from Tundra, but I'm only mentioning it because I know BZM in the past has played Mirana mid, and we did see it first phase ban last game. So I would like to see Mirana. I'm going to take the Marcy away as well.
Yeah. Snag that away for Moodeng Warriors. Could run its support still. Could still consider like a pause one with the rebound unleash facet. I'm just referring to what they are doing because I can't remember all these new damn facets just yet. The Fleeting Fury, if that would come in, as that is a very good one for cores. Gives you a little bit more duration on Unleash, feels really nice. And again, laning for Marcy is pretty nice. Overall, her damage was squashed down because of the universal change from 0.7 to 0.45 damage per stat, but Marcy can still be strong and nice, as we saw in the last game. Even as a support with dragging your ally along the rebound, it does feel really damn good. What will it be for Tundra? I like that Marcy idea he had there, Aries. Could be funny. Instead, we get the Crystal Maiden, and her facets are also pretty damn cool. A little bit of a barrier every time she casts Crystal Nova. Sick. I don't think anyone in their sane, in the right mind, would ever take the Spell Lamp facet, but it is a funny one. I did try it. It did not feel great because of the mana cost. She has no mana. I don't know how you're expected to use that as for the most part as a support, but you cast one Crystal Nova, you're kind of out. So you definitely will not go for Arcane Overflow and probably just stick down to Glacial Guard, which makes this CM really hard to poke out. Again, just having this ×2 aura on herself, or barrier on herself, giving a barrier to her laning mates is kind of crazy. They're all having a good laugh on Tundra, considering what they'd want to close out. Again, that Mirana you mentioned still there. We'll go with Arc Warden. Arc Warden.
And JT's. I think I could lip read. I think he said fuck. I think he's like, God damn it, really?
Yeah, and Ovid's on the side, just in his own little world. You know, just focusing in as best as he can, trying to think about what he has to do. As they'll take the Dawnbreaker, so nothing funky. At the least, you have egg popping at nighttime. You have daytime flying vision coming in. That's one funky synergy coming out there. You do have almost a color-themed draft on Moodeng and almost a color-themed draft on Tundra outside of that pudge, so we'll just ignore the outliers. It's red versus blue here, Aries.
It is.
It's been a while.
Yeah, we don't really get these color drafts no more. It's kind of disappointing. No. It is a guaranteed buff to the team.
What if that's one more aspect that comes in? Like, think about synergies in, like, say, a game like Marvel Rivals, right? You pick certain heroes. You pick certain heroes together, and they get a little bit bonus. What if you had it in Dota? That sounds really dumb. Never mind. I take it back. But it would be hilarious if you had abilities like that, right? Like,
it could be funny.
Yeah, like someone could always ride Centaur. Say Abaddon could ride on the back of Centaur instead of his mount for whatever reason, and he becomes ranged, and you have to work together. I don't know.
Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Yo, we just had a crazy patch with some incredible things, but it's not enough. Let's have Centaur ride Abaddon.
Yeah. that definitely sounds like something someone's written in the fanfic somewhere in the deep dark corners of the internet. Knowing the internet as they are. I want Dazzle. I think we've had, and this draft's already crazy as it is. Just bring Dazzle out. On either side, I don't care what you do with it. Just bring Dazzle.
What was the item build that you were going? Because I was watching Koifa play the Dazzle mid earlier, and he went Blink Witchblade, I think, into Scepter. I think also, yeah, so what did you go? Because I know you played a couple Dazzle games.
I liked basically just Ag's Rush. Blink Witchblade is much more optimized, but Ag's Rush feels good. Like, you don't even need that many items. I was walking around with double null power treads, and you just go into the back, press R, put your Nodal projection up front. You do so much damage, it's kind of ridiculous. They'll go to Spectre on Moodeng Warriors a little bit. I mean, it's fine. It's a standard pick. It's a nice carry to have. Spectre still feels really good. It is an illusion hero to an extent, and those do feel like they're in a pretty good spot right now. You do have a little bit of a rework in the facets, and Spectre is universal, which is funny enough, and she did have her max damage increased as well. So that's something to consider. Spectre isn't just a hard agi hero. She can benefit from all of the stats that she tends to buy, which plays into what Spectre tends to do anyhow quite nicely. So I'm keen on seeing how much more 423 gets in this game. For Tundra, I mean, look, if you see a Spectre into Slark, you're already kind of feeling good, right? Like, you're like, all right, I can just break this hero, get a lot of stats for myself on this Slark. If this fight goes prolonged, which Spectre tends to want, you're going to be happy, and they'll close out with a Broodmother. What the hell's her support on Tundra? Probably just a Pudge? Or, okay.
Slark CM. That's a cool Slark set.
Slark support.
So we get the BZM Arc Warden, I would imagine, and then, yeah, the Pudge laning with the Crystal Maiden, which is a very nice laning combo. But, man, 33, what are we doing here? You get Beastmaster in the previous game, then you last pick Broodmother? Like, come on, bro. Let's have a little bit of fun.
I mean, he is having fun, right? Like, this is what he wants to play. Broodmother is back to being agi. She's nerfed down in overall damage again with some damage reductions here and there. But Broodmother was buffed up. Strength gain increased, agi gain increased to 3.4, int gain increased to 2.0. Like, this hero does feel pretty nice to play with right now, even with the damage reductions coming in. And you do just go for... He's actually just going for the Necrotic Webs, which did get an increase in regen reduction from max of 30 to max of 70, which is insane to think about. And that does play nicely into, you know, you're playing into Dawnbreaker, you're playing into a Marcy, you're playing into Phoenix. There's a lot of healing coming in here. The webs are going to cause some problems.
Isn't it just like HP regen?
Yes, but it's still annoying overall. I mean, I guess it's not as valuable playing into something like an Alchemist. You're right. Wouldn't it be more fun than to go for, I don't know, having your Spiderlings have the hunger, just bite things around, run them down? That's always the one thing that confused me. Like, regen's nice. I guess you're going to max out webs anyway, I guess, and you can just spam it out in lane and you win out that way. You just economically win because they can't regen back up. Could just be win lane, win game kind of mindset here, 433. which is fair enough. For the side of Moodeng Warriors, again, this is not the strangest draft. It's certainly a lot more creative from the side of Tundra with the support Slark with a Dark Reef Renegade for Soxa. So I'm keen on seeing what he can do. Look, support Slark is kind of crazy considering that you do just reset for free very easily. So that is the one thing I'd like to see here from him. Just poke prod, push himself to the limit, come back, reset a little bit, and just go again. Constantly in and out, winning the regen war, which kind of plays into the necrotic webs. Because they can't do the same. They can't regen up when you're reducing it by a huge amount here.
What do we make of the... Okay, we're just spamming middle is missing apparently.
JT, stop. Stop.
Really?
Why do we hear it?
Is it coming through on the PGM? That's just so annoying. I'm just constantly hearing. Oh, and I know JT is one of those guys that's playing mag and just spams RP. Like, it's just.
Oh, yeah, he is. He is that type of fella.
Oh, JT.
He's a maniac. He stopped at least. He stopped now. So that is something. We are blessed.
John, I know new patch, but I can break it down pretty easily. 4 bounties is GG. It doesn't matter what changes you make.
Oh, yeah. You call it right now. There's no two ways about that. Moodeng Warriors, you have lost the Rune War. You did dodge the hook a while ago. That's nice, but not nice enough. Looking at that mid lane, you got BZM on that Orc Warden with the power capture. With those bonus attributes, every time he picks up a power rune, it's going to be nice and juicy for BZM. And this is basically old Arc Warden again. So they do manage to get that hook this time. They will kill off the voice line spammer.
Yes, get rid of him. Why one? Trying to get in front of jabs for the body blocks. And now with the hook from Duracho. Okay, we've been practicing punch or something. What is going on? He's ready for this moment. He was waiting for the punch buff.
Yeah. And it's looking good. I mean, he didn't even have rot, so he didn't have that bonus right-click damage. I'm keen on seeing Duracho's build, because I do feel like because of this emphasis on having to leave rot on, he's probably the only carrier of Eternal Shroud. That makes sense, because that's one thing that will just constantly save you. So maybe the way to go for Duracho, heck, maybe he's just happy enough with a Glimmer Cape. Who knows? As that item, again, is still in a relatively good spot. We'll see.
So... Pure and Phase Boot, Scepter, Sandin Yasha, BKB, Blink into AC.
Okay. So you didn't care too much.
You got Gale Guard, which is maybe something else to look at, right? With the absorption, maybe it works against rot. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. That is fair. That could be one way to kind of mitigate it and just bypass any sort of reduction. We'll see down the line. Duracho just going for the double bracers, already up, nice and healthy here on the Fudge. Mid lane for BZM, outside of those early pokes, he is getting poked back by Orbit quite nicely.
We're gonna have some kills everywhere. Looks like we will have both supports go down, even bottom as well, apparently. Duracho trying to be able to feast back onto the life of jabs. He should be able to get the kill, but they feel strong enough to at least find the trade with the spells back up on JT. Needs to land the star breakup. I don't know what happened there, but oops.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie. Maybe figured Duracho would try to walk forward or getting a release on like a quick cast or something. Does miss the mark, and Duracho will just happily regen back up. 3 flush heap stacks already. A very fat Fudge early on in the game. 1.2k HP at 3 minutes in Ares. That seems all right to me. You also get a bonus stack coming out there for Soxa. I'm not... He already finding himself 2 permanent Agi, trading nicely to force Ollie away. And yeah, I mean, you have the infinite scaling draft here on the side of Tundra. Fudge will scale up passively. Eventually, the Slark will be active enough to get some permanent Agi himself. This lane is feeling pretty awful. 4-4-2-3, I mean, he's finding farm, but you're really not going to be able to trade because of that buff to necrotic webs. You're already down to 30% regen reduction. It's not going to be safe for you to just sit back and just try to poke and prod and win out in HP that way. At least the mid lane for Orbit, again, is becoming an overwhelming lane here for the Ember Spirit. It's just old matchups again as JT's starting to drop low.
But he is, and he's going to be forced away, which does mean Jabs is quite vulnerable. Ratro's up to a killing spree here for the Pudge. A lot of stats early on in a lane that...
This is a good opportunity to learn.
I don't know if they're going to be able to continue just running headfirst into the Pudge.
Yeah, it's not feasible at that point, especially as Ratro has level 2 rot, 40% max attack damage gain. He hits for like 140 when you do commit onto him. It's not pleasant with rot damage coming in still, with having just meat shield level 1 enough to block some of the trades back. It's a nasty time for the side of Moodeng Warriors, but a very smooth time outside of mid here for the side of Tundra 62. So we are in the 4.5 minute mark. Still a lot of pressure up top here though.
Well, he's got the dive. Go back towards the tower. He's okay, but yeah, like you said, there's an immense amount of pressure that they're putting in on the safe lane. And who knows what could happen with some of the rotations. Bottom. Looks like the attempt from Moodeng is going to be to get onto Whitemon, but it does mean that Duracho started to get the rot damage going. And that'll be enough for the kill onto JT. Duracho feels strong enough to be able to bite back into Jabs, but Jabs, he's got a big wand, which is going to make it quite difficult for Duracho to be able to win out on the 1v1. He's hoping that maybe he can turn up the hook back up. Jabs is chasing pretty far. Jabs. Well, just no way. Whitemon back alive. Flesh Heap there as well. Duracho is 5-0-2, not respecting the Pudge.
No. I mean, this here is just dumb. 160 right-click damage when you're trading there on that rot this time around. You don't want to mess with him, man. And you're double melee into the Pudge. You can't really do much about that matchup. You might have to start at least thinking about the 6-minute rune, which they will. Sending Jabs down all over. You do not want to give these away to BZM. If he does manage to get rune control, again, having with that power capture start to scale up as they will chomp.
Alright, BZM. Nice big kill. Meanwhile, bottom as well. Looks like Sox is fine there. I'll try to run JT down. Duracho unfortunately missed the hook. We'll try and do his best. JT's got the hammer to get some separation. This is a really long chase. Duracho is wasting quite some time.
He is, but he can kind of afford to. He's heading into level 6 already. He's got a huge lead in comparison to this Dawnbreaker. And he can afford to kind of step away from that lane every now and again. It's perfectly fine. They are emphasizing mid. They found a weakness here on Moodeng. They know BZM's not having a good game whatsoever, so they'll keep pressuring on this pain point.
And they will punish it for a second time. BZM's Arc Warden. Well, Starkson now coming forward, thinking that he's going to be able to kill off Jabs, even a Broodmother, considering about helping out, but not really able to do too much. Jabs will go down. I thought with the webs, he was actually starting to run over on the Brood, hence why I highlighted it, but no, he was not.
Still focusing on that top lane. And you are finding some punishment out, but I think you're actually in a fine game state here for the side of Tundra still. You've won much harder on your Pudge than you're losing out on your Arc Warden. Like, even with all of these deaths on BZM, he's still ahead of JT in form. So, this offlane Dawnbreaker is just not having to start at once. We know how well an Arc Warden can recover anyhow, once some initial resources are handed over. So, all you kind of need to do is ride through this rough spot, allow Duracho and 33 to kind of dictate the pace for this game as it starts to build in and just cop the short end of the stick. They'll try for another smoke here on Moodeng Warriors. Looking like they want to make a move down bot, but that gate movement's already coming into top lane here for the side of Tundra.
Not even necessary. Well, 2-3 being left alone. Well, 33 is able to get the kill. The ultimate now to start to control this area. And who plays top? I mean, JT, I suppose, but JT has had such a poor game that it doesn't seem like the Dawnbreaker can be there. The Ember, I mean, maybe you can put Arbed top, and then one of the supports can occupy mid, I suppose, to get a little bit of experience. But it seems like it's probably going to be quite difficult for Moodeng to look to play the map over the next couple of minutes now with how good of a start that 33's had.
Yeah, and that's that early power spike for the Broodmother. Already having the Spiderling stuff, we're just going to be able to camp a lane. No big AoE clear outside of Abed, but even then he's not at that point where he can slay these Spiderlings just yet. You get the rotation back in, and Duracho just takes a watcher in their faces here.
He does, and he's going to be punished for it. Dismember is not going to do enough for Duracho. It does bring them down relatively low, but no one else from Tundra felt brave enough to be able to go for this. Looks like Tempest Double is going to be killed. Yes, it will. Last second, Abed gets a nice chunk of change.
Toxic.
Have to use the ulti. Boost over the last second. They're going to still be able to hold him down. So Moodeng gets a massive kills down bottom. Saxa will really make him work for it. Right? Hook? No, not going to use it. Duracho wants a kill instead. We saw how difficult it was for them to bring him down previously. No way to cancel with a dismember. Duracho is going to reign supreme off the back of the TP back in.
Pretty big kills for the side of Moodeng to find. I mean, considering how far behind you are on some of these heroes, you take what you can get. I want to point out, Jabs did dispose, leading to that longer chase on Saxa than you'd like, leading into that respawn timing for Duracho to line up into the TP, off of one small misplay, because the Starbreaker would have landed. Maybe they were worried of like a leap away, but it does cost them time, and that's time that Tundra gets for the punishment. Still focusing on BZM.
And the Tempest Double. Well, he's potentially second-guessing this Arc Warden pick, and while we have some time, John, do we want to speak about the facets from Arc? I have absolutely no idea which one to go for.
Yeah, so Power Capture is the one that lets you really scale if you have complete rune control. It only counts power runes, no bounties. Shrine of Wisdom doesn't count, really just power, not even water runes. So it can kick in a little bit late. The other one is kind of interesting because of just what utility you can get on your Tempest Double. Right, having Invis on hand, having Haste on hand is pretty big for you to do some stuff with a Tempest Double. However, they've also changed the Tempest Double to slowly start to lose its mind as duration fades. So it starts to miss some hits, starts to not do as much, and that kind of balances out that facet. I'm not sure. I do feel like Power Capture is probably the better one, but if you're an active Arc Warden player, then that facet does work. Question still.
Duracho feasting across the map. 33 almost able to kill off JT as well. At least will force him back to base, which puts the Dawnbreaker away from occupying the Brew lane.
I love this from Duracho. He went Mask of Madness.
That's very
Just
cool.
brought Mask of Madness. And again, his right click damage is stupid. Like, there's no way Pudge should have this much right click damage. It's insane. It's insanely fun. Again, like, this for me is just nostalgic vibes of Dota. All I lack is an option to self-deny his Pudge, please. Please,
where's the nostalgia of this Pudge build? What am I missing?
No. It's not nostalgia of the Pudge build. It's just the nostalgia of how broken stuff can be.
Oh, okay,
You know?
okay, I see.
You know, like older 2016, 2015, maybe even earlier era of Dota where it's a little bit less balanced, a little bit more leaning into one direction with what you have to play, right? Like, that's the vibe of this patch. I love it.
Yep.
Ice Frog's definitely back in the picture. Because where else would you see, like, Mask of Madness Pudge?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's cool also that we're getting the different item build again, like Pure just played previously where he went kind of your more standard, the Boots, Interceptor, and Sanjin Yasha. Sanjin Yasha definitely maybe a little bit more interesting than last time we saw, but on the Pudge carry, but of course the Sanjin Yasha wasn't very broken then. And then, Duracho is cooking up this particular item build, so wonder what he does go for next. They are looking to try and smoke and invade into the jungle, and JT is the one that is home. Saxa tries to line up the pounce, but unable to do so. Man, I cannot tell what is a cliff and what isn't. It's so difficult.
It's kind of hard, especially with the webs on. I think the webs are just making it worse. Because a lot of ground's relatively flat. Saxa could be flattened.
It could, but he also has some reinforcements. Gonna jump a supernova, which is a pretty good spot, but maybe not. But Duracho's Master Madness.
Lord.
You never would expect a Pudge to do it. It's muscle memory almost that this hero doesn't right-click eggs, but what do you know? It is a different patch. It's a different day. It's a Mask of Madness Pudge.
And it already comes in play right there. Just that extra bit of attack speed, so much commitment out from Moodeng Warriors to find that kill on Sox, and eventually they do find it, but it's not the kill you want at this point. Like, this Slark is really just not the priority. You need to find that punishment onto the Dyrachyo. You need to be able to try to isolate 3-3. None of your heroes are set for that. Like, you're still working into the Orchid here for 4-2-3. Only the recipe away, so not too far off. You can start to play off of that, but you're losing so much ground. It doesn't feel like you have safe targets to really shadow step into. And just kind of look for that simple pick-off. They snag away the Shrine of Wisdom as well. The Dyrachyo gets a little bit more of a bonus. He does go for the Glimmer Cape, and he's going for Harpoon. So we're going to get the double hook pudge. I love seeing that.
Go for it. Hook Dyrachyo. Oh, let's just run him down, I suppose. You've already used Dive. Very good. Very good, Dyrachyo.
Oh, my lord.
This is
double damage. Oh, my. Ugh.
Just to keep it, that's the second Wisdom they stole as well. They stole the first one too. So 5k lead, experience favoring them. We got Tormentor up as well, which they should be able to go back and take. Oh, up soon, I should say. From the mid lane, Saxa. Comes Dyrachyo, apparently everywhere. 9-1 and 4. 13 out of the 16 kills. Looking to add some more. I don't know what his neutral item does, but apparently whip jabs in the back. It's not the bull whip, but it'll help out hooking.
A little bit of extra damage when you're right-clicking away. That Ripper's Leash. Bonus damage in the radius. Yeah, I guess it's like a debuff. And you get bonus damage applied onto you. So it's kind of cool, and you are a right-click pudge. So it does make sense. It does. The animation is a little bit too close to the whip, I would say. But I guess you can't have everything. At least there is a little bit of a green tinge to it, as they will start to line up for this blue tinge Tormentor. Moodeng Warriors cannot hope to contest this. And they will just take it for free on the side of Tundra. No one dies in the Tormentor, and no one hangs around in the... Okay, Whitemon goes back to regen up. Very nice. Very smart. And they'll go for the gate again. If they find 4-2-3 one more time, I mean, this guy has just not had a game in 2 games. As Dyrachyo will go on the hunt. Or just farm. Fair enough. How much? Look at his damage here. He's
double. I know.
More than double damage with his facet. And he takes no damage from Rot anyhow with Glimmer Cape. Glimmer.
Does he die this game with the Slock shot that they just got as well from the Tormy? Like,
probably not.
Shot to get 33. Yeah. Apparently stuck. Got to run away by the looks of it. Abed's going to try and play off the back of the chains. They will use everything they can. The Arsenal, it will dump it all. And it's not a bad one.
It's a big one. 1k gold swing coming out for Moodeng. That's the kind of core kill they've been looking for, and that's the one we've been asking for here. Might be even to isolate away Dyrachyo.
Do they kill him? We're going to find out how strong this hero is. Wymon's going to do his best. Supernova's in a good location. Pudge wasn't able to turn to kill it off, and now Whitemon's going to be chased down as well as Moodeng Warriors. They got some fight still left in them.
They do. All they have to do is kind of group up as 5, and this time Tundra is getting just a little bit overconfident with how strong they are. Like, they don't have that Slurk around with the Depth Shroud save. They don't have, they didn't have Tier 33 because he just dies bot, so they don't have that pesky Broodmother kind of cop some damage for you as well in the Pudge. And that equalizes the game to an extent. Moodeng Warriors are still 3k behind, but in comparison to 5-6k a while ago, this is a much more playable game state. Mind you, you still have a lot of catching up to do on 4-2-3 and on JT. So you still have to kind of wait that one out. But Abed's just been kind of dictating this game nicely for the side of Moodeng Warriors to still feel playable. Right? Like, they're still in it. 17-15. If they equalize down, if they still force Tundra to play overconfident,
Dyrachyo
they start to open up.
Hang on, Dyrachyo. We going back-to-back feeds? But again's going to be behind him. Dyrachyo turns for the hook. It's going to be off the mark. So cool, the new jump.
Yeah, it's like a super disposed to save. It's a little bit of a funny one to watch. How would Marcy jump and carry someone with her after she jumps off of them?
She's a big girl. She's strong.
That she is.
Nice hook. Dyrachyo. Great timing. As soon as the neutral creep dies, fish for 4-2-3. Meanwhile, over to the right side, 33. Okay, well, he is... what's the brother up to? He's on an island. High ground ward. Like Moodeng able to protect their triangle. I think it's still a triangle. Yep, they didn't really change his area. Pseudo triangle. Duracho.
Pseudo triangle. Oh.
Run into jabs as well. Next to tier 2 tower, Duracho. So Starks are coming over with the depth strat if they're gonna need it. There's a little bit of hesitant though. Tundra will respect how deep they are into Moodeng's territory. It's going to be able to get the dismember off for the last second. JT protected with a supernova to the right side. They're not going to be able to turn to deal with the egg. And they are forced to retreat away. And that's where Moodeng are able to pounce. If they got some stuns there, they do.
Oh my
the
God.
last second stops him at the buzzer. Moodeng, they've clawed their way back. It's only a 2,000 net worth lead now.
They've equalized for the most part. Like this discrepancy for JT and 423. It's not as wide as it was. From 700 behind now on that spec. You've got the Orchid. You're going into the Manta. You're a lot more protected here for 423. The one benefit for Tundra is that BZM's not really committing for any engagement. So you are getting a free ride for your skill. Mind you, he hasn't really had any outings to control. But he hasn't really played along with any part of this battle yet. Okay. That punishment.
Okay, well, down goes Abed. I believe we're always been getting more kills across the map. BZM is also trying to make some crazy stuff happen up top. 4-2-3. He's gonna die to the Tempest double. One more. Oh, we got him. Oh, BZM. Are you serious? Triple kill the ward to scout him out on the escape, and he did it. 1v3, I think, or 1v4, whatever it was. BZM. Like, what?
Yeah, this Arc Warden was left in an island by itself. Managed to farm back into relevancy. Has that Mjolnir. Again, Arc Warden's basically back to his old self. That experiment with Zed is gone. And he hits like a truck if you're not careful. They'll be able to clean up Roshan off the back of all of these kills as well. Gonna find it nice and simple here for the side of Tundra. And we'll have that secondary life to back them up now. Probably just hand it over to Duracho or 33. Either one kind of makes sense. And Moodeng cannot contest. After a lot of back and forth, I mean, all those kills for BZM, game evens out once more. And this is concerning. You had a nice chance on the side of Moodeng. They did stream in 1-by-1 to BZM, to be fair. They were kind of streaming in. They weren't moving as a unit. So basically, it's just nice, steady cleanups for BZM. And that's going to get worse as this Orchid starts to approach completion. Timing shouldn't be too far off for the Arc Warden. 6k lead returning for the side of Tundra. I'm looking forward to Duracho finishing up his harpoon so I can see 2 hooks fly out. That's going to be fun.
But what's going on with the Wisdoms, Ben? New patch? Timings haven't changed? They lost another one on Moodeng.
Yeah, it feels like they've been really focused on trying to be aggressive. Like, they're under pressure to play fast, which I don't think is really necessary for the side of Moodeng. You can try to bank on your Spectre. It isn't an easy game to try to just scale up as a Spectre here, but you aren't necessarily playing on a timer either on the side of Moodeng Warriors, but that does mean that they are letting go of all of these resources. They're not really focused on them. Heck, they haven't been able to contest anything like Tormentor. Roshan's been given away for free twice over now, and that is kind of stacking back into this lead of Tundra, and they're just which is starting to feel fairly overwhelming. You have the full Ags for Abed, with old Ember being back. He has a lot of maneuverability to play with. It's gonna be a lot hard to pull down still.
Socks are such a hard kill.
The Glimmer Cape. You can just bail out. What an item. Smoke.
They're going to be able to get Jabs, who's trying to farm the last little bit of gold he needs towards the BKB. Get out. Very interesting. Special delivery.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
It's an interesting one. Would it not be possible to... If you're Marcy's support, would it not be possible to drag your items into the Marcy courier, and then, or drop them in the ground, have the Marcy courier pick them up, special delivery them to Marcy, and just get instant delivery that way? Isn't that somewhat of a play? Could be a factor, I guess. That'd be one way.
They are sticking around for a long time, Moodeng up top. Unfortunately, JT didn't get the memo that he needed to TP out. We're trying solid guarding, but...
Oh my.
Far out. It's just everywhere. They're on your punch show. And Saxa yoinks to kill.
Just like that. 17 stacks of a flesh heap, 28 bonus strength, 2.9k HP. Harpoons up. This is it's a little bit of a toughie for Moodeng when they don't play as 5. They have to be really smart with how they split up. It didn't feel like they were even really farming that area all too well outside of just shoving wave here. On side of Moodeng, they really need to get every scrap they can find because it really is slipping away. 24 to 20, 12k up on Tundra. BKB up and running on 33, pinning down this Broodmother. Probably impossible at this point, but a full Bloodtorn on top as well to back up this damage. With a Rend. The Warriors, I mean, Manta's still slowly being farmed up by 423. And you have the slowest Sleight of Fist coming out here in the world from Abed, because you are trying to fist down a lot of spiders. But you have to play where you found success. You can't taking the 5v5 would work, but
whoa, so a scary punch, dude. I really want to try and force this fight. Saxa can always play around with the depth shroud. Now Darachu's going to turn as well. Dismember. No count. Darachu actually doesn't get a kill in. He's got the Aegis over the backline 4-2-3. Able to deal with the Stark. Supernova's at a pretty good timing as well. Stops the BKB charge in from 33, but it looks like the raw net worth lead is just going to overwhelm Moodeng inside their base. Abed's trying to do whatever he can. The Ember will have a free fight. Cleans up one. Remnants over the top as well. Is going to be able to catch up to 33, and BCM doesn't have what it takes this time to be able to 1v4, so he will have to TP up, but not a bad fight in the end for the boys on Moodeng.
And again, they're finding ways to break these fights up into pretty much one focused front. Like, they're taking one hero down at a time. They kite out the rest. They try to dance back. No one managing to hit the egg is a pretty big deal, as again, that secondary, the pop on the respawn from Aegis lines up for their kill. And for the side of Tundra, they can't allow themselves to be kited around like that, right? Like, they're sieging up, they're not fully committed, or at least they're not close enough to help back up. And it starts to fall apart if this Pudge is left in vacuum. He doesn't have the highest durability yet, at least not for BKB. It'll try to fight back here.
And they have to go back live. Abed down bottom in some trouble. They'll do their best with the Solar Guardians. Going to be able to keep him live through the Orchid. Second round from PCM with the Tempest double. Meanwhile, Daracho threads the needle with the hook. 4-2-3 dragged back, sent to the grave. Tundra. All right, well, they will quickly clean up after a bit of a sloppy fight for them inside Moodeng's base. And they've got the Tormentor as well to reap the reward.
Yep. Nice and quick, free short for Daracho, so Flare's hook, meat hook now there, which is funny, and a bonus on a lower cooldown saving hooks. So this is when it can really get silly. Not that it wasn't silly already. The side of Moodeng at least has the presence of mind to TP away as the gate usage is there. 15k lead for Tundra. For the side of Moodeng, trying to think of itemization that helps. We're just getting a harpoon on 423. Into his own Satanic to try to just bulk up with a Glimmer Cape as well. Abed off the back of that. Ags is just trying to go for the Octarine as they are starting to get poked quite hard by 33, but not hard enough at the very least. Still, oh, Saxa.
Detection?
Detection.
Okay. Saxa will be able to get the Shadow Dance off. He's okay. Jabs is not a detection enjoyer. Forgot that he is a 4 instead of a 3 now.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. I mean, it's a role he is used to. If you recall all the way back to when Fnatic was on their almost the end of their days, right? Like Jabs went from offlane to 4 and 5 at some point. They were doing some weird fluxes with him and DJ.
Yeah.
And that also looked maybe a little bit like this. Well, I'll be frank. It is somewhat reminiscent of that. Just a tad.
Yeah, but they get the JT Ollie reunion.
That's true. It's been a while for them. Unfortunately, also not quite panning out. But at least they're together. Maybe he could help JT fix his camera, if they could figure that one out. No, they just TP away from the Tempest double. Like, they gotta defend as well.
Tip it away, but into the Brood, and yeah, so Jabs has to BKB, and well, you are losing buildings apparently. It's just a full set that it's like will be protected momentarily. They'll probably just go back in afterwards.
Duracho.
Okay, Duracho just Glimmercape walks up the high ground. Supernova once again is going to be a little bit of a problem for them. Duracho's at a decent health pool. Once the BKB expires, is he going to be vulnerable? Jab sees an opening, go for the Broodmother 33. Playing around with the life steal 33, not dead just yet. Man fighting 4-2-3. He is A-okay. Abed's going to try and do what he can. I mean, he has been the man for them this game, but the Remnants aren't enough. The G's are caught, and they're actually out of here. So, Moodeng, last game, not enough. Tundra, it will be able to get a pretty quick 2-0.
That they do. Not the quickest in the world, but still pretty damn fast up against the Moodeng Warriors. And for Moodeng, there were a couple of moments of brilliance, right? They did manage to also force Tundra to 3 men 1 by 1. They'd get this teamfight combination of the Egg and the Solar Guardian kicking in. Duracho would play maybe a little bit too confidently up front, but you can't really fault the guy considering how outstanding of a game he had from the laning phase into the mid game. And big props to Tundra. Again, they're on top of what seems to be strong in the meta very early on. They've identified what seems good with all of these balance changes. And they're working as a unit as well as they did in the start of these group stages. So already looking good. They secured their spot as number 1. Moodeng Warriors, unfortunately, off of that result, like we were talking a while ago here, Aries. Southeast Asia's very early airport again. So it is what it is. But at the very least, Whitemon's doing fine, and he's Southeast Asian, so Tundra is now Southeast Asian as well. So, you know what? We win in the end, Aries. That's all it is.
True. That's true. See, we'll reign supreme. We'll see what the run is going to be for Tundra heading into groups 2. Like we were saying, that is going to be the first place for them. And they are now done. Quick 2-0. We're going to send it to a break as well, but when we come back, hopefully we're going to get an interview with one of the Tundra members. Maybe we can hear what they have to say as well about the patch. So we'll see you guys shortly when we come back. We've got an interview. Stick around. We're back, quick break. Had to prepare ourselves for a lovely interview with one of the members from Tundra after their 2-0 victory over Moodeng on a fresh new patch, which is something exciting to see. They're able to cook up some strategies and get that victory. So we'll see what else they have in store for us heading into groups 2. But John, we saw some fun stuff here with this patch, right? And we're going to be able to ask them as well. We will bring one of the members in. Whitemon will be joining us for an interview. Whitemon, congratulations. Firstly, as well, congratulations on first place. You guys have looked incredible so far in groups 1. I want to honestly let you take the floor and just give me your thoughts on the patch. How do you feel about it overall? I won't ask you a specific question. Just tell me how you feel about the patch, my friend.
I mean, new pets looks fun, you know. They changed a lot. They changed the map, and then some heroes also, some new items, you know, with the crafting neutral items. I don't know, it's a lot to learn. I think like something new. It's just like new Dota. Yeah.
See, I've got one more. Are you the type of person to read all the patch notes, or would you just like queue straight away and just learn as you go? What type of player are you?
I mean, usually I read the patch first, but I guess we don't really have time to do that. So I just like play pubs and asking some of my friends and my coach like, what heroes is the best? Which one should I try? Something like that. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, thank you, John.
All right, Whitemon, it's been a while since we've talked. I want to say I love the hairstyle. I am curious, is there anything that, well, you know, without revealing any of your deeper strats, is there anything that you feel like you'd want to play a lot of in this new patch?
Still no idea. I still don't have clue about this new patch. Maybe I'm gonna try playing more, playing pubs more.
Fair enough. I'm curious, you know, because you're in Europe right now, so you have a lot of friends in your region already, having stayed there for a while, and you still have your connections in Southeast Asia to an extent. Do you talk to them as well? Are there different ideas from these different regions, or is it all collapsing into one set of heroes that look good right now?
Usually I just talk to my Indonesian friend, and then we just like maybe sharing some ideas like which heroes is the best, what item is the best, something like that. Yeah, just like Discord together, talking.
Fair enough. And one last thing, it's been a while since we've talked. What have you been chowing down on in your recent time? What's been your go-to food? I haven't seen you eat at all in a while, so I'm curious.
My go-to food? I mean, I tried the Turkish food here and some kebab, you know. And then I found some Indonesian food here also.
Wait, you found Indonesian food there? For real? In Turkey?
Yeah.
Okay, what Indonesian food are you having? Just nasi goreng? What do you have?
Just the nasi goreng.
We Southeast Asians never change. It's good to hear. At least you don't miss home, Whitemon. That's good. Good to hear. I'm glad.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, well, that's it for me. Whitemon, thank you for joining us, and congratulations on victory. Congratulations on first place as well, and good luck with working out the new patch, and good luck in groups too as well. Thank you, mate.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Whitemon.
Thanks, sir. Okay, there we go. First series done for the night, which means we only have one more as well to keep in mind. This is just a 2-day series showdown here for the final day of the groups. For us on this stream, we got Parivision versus Chimera, which is a pretty important series. They are two teams that are currently trying to determine if they will be able to make it over to play in groups 2. Chimera currently in second place, Parivision just behind them in third position. John, we will be saying goodbye to you, and Trent's going to be coming in, but do you want to give some predictions very quickly on who you feel like may take that?
I don't know who will take it, but I'll make a prediction. You're going to see a Dazzle, you're going to see a Pudge at some point. And that combination is going to be key. At some point in the line, someone's going to figure out, turn on Rot, just grave him, run around, heal them up, crazy with Nodal Projection. It's going to be fun. You might get that then. You're going to be blessed, Aries. It's going to be great.
All right, hopefully we are blessed with the action of the Dazzle and the Pudge. Nonetheless, we're going to be blessed with a very exciting series. So after the break, when we come back, we've got our final series of Groups 2, Parivision versus Chimera. It's an Eastern European showdown. We'll see you guys then.
Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our final series of Groups 1. Trent's going to be joining us. Well, we had to say goodbye to John. We bring in the other lad. My friend, you ready to go? We got an exciting patch.
Yes, we sure do. The rumors were a-flying. Turns out they were true. It is indeed patch time. Welcome everyone. I'm very happy to be here to get our second series of new patch Dota going on. At least on this stream. Everywhere else, there's plenty of fun patch Dota happening. And it's exciting because, it's like you kind of read it once and then again and again and again, and it slowly starts to settle in. And I like casting these games. We just have like the patch on one monitor and just like, oh yeah, right, this. Oh yeah, this.
Yeah, whenever here is draft, I always Control F and search it up in the patch notes. I don't remember like what has actually changed. So what were your initial thoughts about the patch? You heard John's a little bit. You had 2 games to be able to rant and yap about it. How are you feeling about it?
Neutral items are still. I'm waiting for the day where they're just removed, but now we got a whole new system, so I can wait that for a little bit longer. That seemed like the big thing to me was like this whole new system for neutral items is just like, oh lordy. There was a change which I honestly never thought would occur, and I am gobsmacked. I truly never ever thought they would remove the bottle refill from Fountain. That did shock me, I have to say. I know there's lots of ways to do it now. I understand. But I really thought that was going to stay. It was held on for so long. It's hard to believe it's gone.
Yes, the mid lane players are crying absolute tears of disaster with that change. They are not having a good time, unfortunately for them. But we'll see what some other ways they can look to manipulate the resources in the lane. But for us, let's hone in a little bit about this series in particular. It's a very important series as well. These two teams.
That's right.
Very close to being able to book their ticket into groups to Parivision versus Chimera. Chimera, very unexpected results. These boys are 8-4. Really was not expecting them to be looking that good. I don't know what happened. They kicked the Hawk. Melik came in for a tournament. That didn't turn out well. They caught the Hawk back up. And they're looking good. Their opponents, Parivision on the other hand, 7-5, looking not too bad.
Yeah, obviously, start off the year as well as you can with Iso and Bangkok, and then made the swap over to Satanic, and everyone kind of maybe, I don't know, a lot of haters out there wanting to see them fail, but not quite. Currently third in the group, very much on the path right now to securing that slot to move forward and not be eliminated here in the group stage. Just got to grab a win or two here and try and make sure that you're not going to have to worry about going home.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if they can get those victories or not and who will come out on top. We see the Chimera boys on screen. We're even going to hear a little bit about Chimera before we get underway in our series.
Chimera Esports is not one of the most well-known teams here. In fact, they didn't even exist a few months ago. Being comprised of TA2000, Lorinov, The Hawk, 1J, and Panto, Chimera Esports is a team full of very talented players who haven't quite made it to the top levels of Dota. While the team has potential and plenty of hunger to win, they haven't managed to really show that when the pressure is on. Anyway, I'm sure what you're all really wondering is, what is a Chimera? A chimera is a mythological beast composed of parts of several different animals. In figurative use, chimera refers to an unrealistic, unrealizable, wild, foolish, or vain dream. In other words, it's a pretty fitting name for this team. Hopefully they'll be able to come into DreamLeague Season 25 looking stronger than ever to really prove what they are capable of.
They have indeed been proving what they are capable of so far, but still one more job yet to be completed for them. Trent, what are we chuckling at, my friend? Is this the Chimera, the description of what it is?
Well, I was watching that video, and every player is like, talking about Chimera, what it is, and you got every player being shown in a different jersey. because they're just an amalgamation, you know? They're all thrown together, trying to make their way into a successful squad, and well, you know, it's working. So it truly is a very fitting name. They did a good job with that one.
When did the Hawk play with Tundra or coach or something?
I could not tell.
Tundra.
I saw that was a Tundra jersey, and I was like, what? I was like, maybe it was like a small Windstrike jersey. It was the closest thing I could think of, or like an NIP one, but I don't know. It definitely looked like Tundra. Maybe he stood in for something that I'm forgetting.
Maybe I don't remember as well. But anyway, that I was trying to work it out, wasn't able to do so. We'll see. You know, they're playing. He's back with the boys and looking good. So we will get our draft underway, but just to inform everyone of course what's going on and at least the stakes in particular. I know we said people are still fighting for their lives, but Chimera, they need one map victory. From what I can see, they need one map victory, and then they will guarantee a spot in groups 2. And for Parivision, if they win 2 maps, then they guarantee for Parivision as well. So I don't want those tiebreakers because you still have, you got 5 teams at the moment that are yet to be decided. Of course, Chimera, Parivision, Liquid, your Colt, and Gaming Gladiators as well.
Boom. It's a lot to be decided, and a very spicy new meta to try and figure it out. And you know, I was watching some pubs this morning, trying to see what heroes were really common, and Mirana was everywhere. She was all over the place. Tons of people trying to play the 5 Mirana, including Ducalis this morning. So I guess maybe that's partially why. A lot of people seem to be liking it. I love the hero. I'm glad that Moonlight Shadow is always going to be a part of it, because I feel like that's just been such an important part of the hero across all time. Wasn't the biggest fan of Solar Flare. Not quite as cool. And people don't want to deal with this blinding Starstorm, though, I think.
Hey, Trent, how do you feel about DK, though? Did you hear this hero is 10% win rate increase?
I did not look at the numbers yet, and that's all just corrosive, I presume. Is that right?
I'm not actually sure, because Duracho played the Fire Dragon earlier.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I saw a lot of people were rocking the corrosive as well earlier on. But that's pretty cool.
I'm not sure. Apparently they're winning with it though. So, you know, we were saying we've been joking about this DK hero a lot, and like, you know, people not letting it through the pool. I don't know what the win rate was currently so far before the patch, at least at DreamLeague, but yeah, now this is probably going to be. It's just going to be Banfest phase. People are going to go back to, you know, what was only a week ago where they're like, okay, let's not let it through.
All right, seems good enough. Yeah, I'm looking through now, and yeah, everyone is still just rocking the fire. All right, fair enough. I saw everyone was all excited about the corrosive. I thought maybe it was going to be that, but bonus magic damage, you know, at first you're just like, oh my god, the cleave is gone, and then it's just the same build. Like I saw, didn't he go Mask Madness Armlet too? Like,
yeah, it was exactly the same.
That's good stuff right there. It's nice to just have that consistency, I suppose. But yeah, we're not going to get him. Marcy, interesting stuff, of course. I know Soxa was playing in pubs earlier and then picked it up in the series, so I already got a chance to witness a little bit of that with her various facets now, and the hilarious whistling of the courier. That was a good one.
Definitely an interesting change. Wanting to see if we get some Marcy carry. I actually feel like we have seen Satanic play it. I know we saw Watson along with Melody pull out the Marcy Iroh. I think maybe that was yesterday, but we'll see. There's going to be some flex with this hero.
Yeah, what happened to Io? Tether gives you a buff to show you the cooldown. That's cool. So, you know, if you have it available, if you untether, that's nice. The tether doesn't do damage by default, but does 120 per second to enemies it's touching after the shard, of which you get healed for 50%. Okay, cool. That's interesting. So still pretty similar. So yeah, no reason why you couldn't still rock the Io Mercy.
One thing to mention that wasn't really changed, and Chimera had a lot of success on it, was the Void Spirit. Still universal. I know some universal heroes were kind of changed.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe the level 1 base damage, if I remember correctly, was buffed by like 3 or something. So We will see, but now with the Crystal Maiden, we probably need to mention the fact that like a Pudge could be even considered for Chimera, which is something we saw in the previous game.
Oh, did they do that together? They did. I missed that part actually.
Yep,
I saw a little bit of game 2, but I didn't see like much of the laning stage. I just saw Duraccio running around with a Pudge.
Was it game? I don't remember if it was game 1 or game 2 now, but it was one of the games.
I see. Yeah, she got some pretty decent changes though. Do you know which facet they used? Did they use the shield or the arcane?
Who's the Pudge? Are we speaking about the Pudge?
No, the Crystal Maiden. Yeah.
I actually don't remember.
If you don't remember,
I didn't check. I don't remember. No.
They both look all right. I mean, of course, the most important thing, got something back that I've been waiting for. The Prowlers have returned to the Ancient Camp.
Yeah.
Another thing that I never expected to see, which I always loved to Freezing Field when I played Crystal Maiden. That was one of my favorite things because they have no magic resistance. So
satisfying.
You take them all down here. Some things have changed. Some things will stay the same, as we'll get another Venomancer pick here with a presumably relatively strong safe laner in the Gyrocopter. And Veno just got number changes, so did lose a lot of base damage. Wait.
Level 1 was increased.
Oh, okay. It was increased. I was going to say, how can that be decreased? I read decreased for a second. But yeah, it makes sense because we are losing a lot of damage because of the 0.45 per stat point instead of whatever. What was it? 0.7? That was way too high.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yes, that was crazy indeed. So yeah, the level 1's going to be buffed up from Veno, which kind of makes the jungle Veno maybe even a little bit better. We'll have to see. I do know last time they played the Veno, it actually still was Dekalis running it inside the lane, but it is quite a live stealer game, which I saw first phase banned in, I believe, the first game with Tundra taking on Moodeng. So previously he's always had some pretty decent matchups with Dry. We'll see how it goes versus Marcy, because I feel like traditionally this could be a little bit frustrating for the live stealer if Marcy's able to find farm with like just Basher in particular as the game goes on.
Yeah, that can definitely be something you have to be concerned about if that's where we wind up going with it. And they will grab the Muerta, which was probably one of the moments I laughed the most during the patch readings when I saw Dazzle and I saw the new Nothel Realm or whatever it was called, ulti, and I'm like, Muerta! Immediately Control F Muerta no longer has parting shots. Like, oh no! The Ags that we never saw will continue to not exist. The new one sounds a little underwhelming. I don't know. I haven't actually tried it, so maybe it's going to be better than it sounds, but Deadshot just like flying through people. It does say the AoE expands after it ricochets, so maybe it's like a big AoE. I haven't actually looked at the numbers for it.
Yeah, I haven't as well.
Maybe we'll get
I'm not entirely sure how it looks. I would agree. Seems quite underwhelming, but it's like, do we want this weird scepter or do we potentially want to scale on the Muerta? I don't know.
Might show up at some point. Almost certainly going to be just the position 4, though, probably, with the Enigma going position 3. We'll see if the Tidehunter maybe wants to go into lane versus the Enigma, possibly. I mean, they have Gyro and Tidehunter, so no matter what they do, you've got a good opportunity. I was thinking about these like safe lane heroes that could maybe do the Ancients as well. I guess even an offlaner, though, who can just like jump through the Twin Gate and help out with the Ancients. We might see like teams doing the Ancients together or something. I don't even know. I'm very curious to see how that new camp looks. Did you notice anything with it in your first series, really?
On it, there's so much crap going on. It's a little bit overwhelming as well. Just visually, I feel like the graphics are a bit weird at the moment. So that's also like throwing me off a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, no, there's too much going on.
Yeah, it's fair. We got water all over the place. We got tides taking us out. Very strange.
Speaking of tides, Naked Trend.
There it is.
This hero, DM Classic, did get changed a little bit, if I remember correctly. The Krill Eater.
That's right.
Okay. I don't remember the other one. I know there was some... What was the facet they were going for?
I forget what the name of it was.
It's just Kraken Swell?
Yeah, that sounds right. The Krill Eater no longer reduces your base strength when you start, so that's nice. It's a little bit better early on. Before you were like a really teeny tiny and quite weak Tidehunter, but now you're a little better. And Chimera's going to have the last overall pick here. So they're going to remove some of these safer mid laners. What happened to Tiny? Is he crash landing bonus damage was decreased to 20% at all levels. Oh, yeah, okay. And Avalanche no longer deals bonus damage to tossed units, but they increase the damage by 20 per level. And then they increase the base damage of toss. So they're trying to make the other facet more tempting, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this makes him a little weaker in the mid lane. I'm sure he can probably still function there. Monkey King. That was also, of course, our other safe mid hero. He did lose quite a bit of the hops. His jump is a little bit worse. Quite a bit worse, in fact.
Was still first phase, I believe, in at least one game, maybe two previously. But yeah, I'm not sure where the hero is going to sit at the moment. Is that no one hero? I'd like some initiating playmaking hero, the classic no one. Would have loved to see him play Ember.
There's a puck, which I feel like they must be taking. He's going to take the Razor. I don't know. The puck looks really good for Chimera, though. Like, they have no catch.
That they do not. What are some other options with the lane to the Razor? Unfortunately, you don't have Quap to play.
Yeah, the self-ban on that one. I mean, the other mobility option has been taken out in terms of somebody who can just, like, hop away. I mean, well, let's just see. They'll take the Storm. So, a little risky pre-6, but is a little bit more consistent throughout the entire game in terms of what they need compared to the puck. The puck is very dependent on just, like, the coil. And after that, with also having another ulti-dependent hero in the Enigma, maybe that could feel a little bit awkward for how these teamfights are going to play out. So the Storm Spirit gives you a lot more freedom, and he still is going to take advantage of all those situations that Puck would have as well. Just more of them, more jumps, less stuns to worry about. Just zip, 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 zip. So Lord is just going to try and make it through the lane and try and win the game in Storm-like fashion.
I wonder with the map changes, actually thinking about the Venomancer support being as a fawn now, if you want that, because you don't have the Ancients where the Tormentor used to be. Now it's a different camp is. So sure, you can still farm the triangle, but I thought there was a stage where you could kind of go back and forth between them. So I don't know if that is how much of a factor that is actually going to be. I haven't seen that many Venomancer games, but see if it slows down the farm or not.
I like the Storm. I think that was a great way to finish things out here. And yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at Flesh Feast. Hold on. My Life Stealer. Oh, it's gonna take forever to find it with all the life steal things in the update. Yeah. So Flesh Beast is max HP per hero kills increased. Oh, okay. Depending on the current level of Infest. That's interesting. Cooldown is reset if a hero dies while afflicted by open wounds. Damn, that's kind of hype.
That's not a bad one.
So we're just Rage then. No more Unfettered?
Yeah, which little sad. Kind of like the possibility of going Rage and Unfettered. But it was nice. What can you do though? It is unfortunate, but we got some newer heroes, right? Kind of. Yes, no. We're experimenting still a little bit.
I'm scared of this Gore Storm faceted support Lifestealer coming back right now. That's what I'm looking at.
No.
Being able to jump back in Ancients at level 6. Admin, can I make Lotus versus Razor or not?
You're a bug?
No, it's bugged. You can't. No, you can't.
Oh, that's...
Wait, what? Chat, explain.
It's a bit rough. It's not a bad Lotus game. We are... This music got crazy. I love how the players are saying this is funny. They are feeding some false information over that it's bugged. But just imagine if it isn't. sure they know.
Trying to
Let's
find,
get ourselves underway.
Trying to find info about this Lotus.
I'm not entirely sure what is going on there. What is DM and 9 class up to? Oh, they're just going to cut the wave. Okay. Kind of interesting. Especially with the fact that DM is going to be left solo by the looks of it, so give him a full wave. This is actually... I don't know if other Venomance has been doing it, but that's pretty cool. They give him solo experience? A blood grenade. Is it enough? Okay. Very creative. I don't know if you've been seeing that. I've only got one Veno jungle game that I have covered, so I don't know if you've seen other Venomancer games if they've done that. But cool
yeah,
stuff.
I've only gotten to see a few. I've seen that. I've also seen just the Veno doing it, depending. But it's great with the Tide, you know. It's kind of like the Primal Beast trample thing, blood grenade trample, same idea.
Sure. It does look like 9 class is going to start towards the bottom side as well.
Apparently, Lotus can steal other people's spells for the match. So it's bugged right now. I'm guessing you're like gaining the spell or something.
Sick. What is that? That's so... That's maybe one of the crazy bugs I've heard.
I did see the one where the Jakiro head chain frost activate. That was great.
Yeah.
That's just a quality bug right there. It makes sense, right? You gain the ability of all the talents to call us.
Nice. Dead shot.
All right, easy. All right, genius. Pick heroes that are countered by Lotus. Item no longer exists. Take advantage of it. This is good planning here.
Yeah, very smart, very smart. Oh no, not the new creeps. I wonder what item build we're going to get out of 9 class. I mean, this guy is going to be incredibly rich. We'll see what DM can get. Wind laced into the boots by the looks of it. Kind of important the fact that he has the hard camp open on DM so he can drag a wave back. The little misstep from Panther?
Yeah, I missed how that came about. You would think that, I guess he just got there a little bit too late, obviously, but considering there is a Veno in the bottom half of the map, yeah, that's not great. Seems a bit too free for old DM here.
So it does in
wild stuff, man. Just looking around this map is so crazy. I can't believe we're gonna have like an ancient camp in the middle of the map too. As you get to 30 minutes, that's so weird. Just farm it while you're chilling near Roche.
Does
all
bottom Roche look really, really weird? Or is it just me?
I mean,
it looks like there's not. It just seems out of place.
I messed around with it this morning, and man, there are some hilarious blind spots in that Roche pit. Some of the classic ones still exist. Lornov, you're in the wrong neighborhood, buddy. You're dead.
Yeah, this is Alright, well, apparently 9 class was already gonna have a free jungle game, and he's getting kills like that. Meanwhile, bottom as well, Satanic's able to find 1J. There are a couple of extra supports here, probably Panther. You wanted to get involved down bottom as well?
Jeez, that was a costly death, though.
Yeah, this is... Was there really no other option for mid? I mean, you brought up the puck, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
There are other options.
I think...
This just wins the game if you get away, if you get out of the lane. You know, the Storm's incredible.
Yeah.
That's kind of the hope. But obviously the lane itself is going to be a bad time. And then, like, let's say DM has a good game. We got the old anchor. Like, eventually there'll be a stun. That can be a pretty good one.
Definitely could be frustrating for Lorenov when we get to that stage. So even 9 class is moving over just to be annoying. Actually, maybe is that kill threat onto Panther? Okay, 9 class apparently getting another kill.
Dude, he's level 5.
Oh,
he's ahead of Lorenov. Man, this is bad. Okay, this game is all on Dog now. I mean, he's the one guy who his lane's going kind of okay. I mean, he's still behind the gyro, but it's an Enigma hitting into like level 4. He's got 2 bracers and a belt of strength. So like, you gotta make this all work.
Yeah.
No pressure.
How do you feel like they have ways to be able to play with the Hawk early? Like with the drums, maybe getting an extra +1 or another support rotation to put pressure onto Satanic. Is that a possibility, or do we feel like it's a little bit difficult with the heroes they have on Chimera?
Unfortunately, it's a necessity.
So you kind of have to, even if it doesn't look good.
Doesn't feel good, but you don't really have much of a choice. And if this Veno, I mean, if Veno just shows up, it's going to make that dive onto Satanic feel pretty painful. They're in a very rough spot right now. This is not good 5 minutes into this game.
Feels like 9 class wherever he runs. At least they're able to scout it out, so they're well aware of the Venomancer being kid, who will also separate himself a little bit from the Carlos. Easy Eidolons, thank you. And a 1J? Kind of weird timing with the dead shots. The Satanic should be able to assist with that use of the flak cannon. Apparently yoinks the kill. Night Class is level 6! Oh, so he's got the ultimate. The Haku, you were saying, kind of had to be the person here for Chimera, is gonna give over another kill, and Satanic gets a double. This is uh-oh. And it's like you take a look, my lifesteal is free farming, but then it means that he's going solo into Tide, and DM's just, okay, I'll just cut the wave. Like Storm Spirit's gonna do nothing. He got bodied mid. Who's gonna rotate to my lane to stop me from cutting? Does this give too much mana? The mana drought? Is it a lot?
It seems pretty good. Classic Razor here. Just gonna jump in and steal some of your stacks. Thank you. Any creeps that you are after, I'm able to just come in and bully you with the help of the Eye of the Storm. Also holding a regen, so immediately right back up. At the very least, they do not contest the Wisdom, so they get that. But yeah, they have 4 heroes immediately after this Lifestealer on the side of Parivision. I like this little icon on the gyro where it's like there's a big hammer. Craft your neutral item.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What you want, buddy? Going for, okay. Brawny Orbit Destruction, huh? Oh, what hell for the gyrocopter early?
Jeez, what a galactic fall off on this item, huh? Armor reduction 2.
Yeah, it's true. What was it, like tier 3? Was that the highest it was?
It was a good one. It was a big one. Down to a tier 1. How far we have fallen.
Sorry, mate. Lauren will? Oh. Zip in, zip out. Gonna go for the other rune, but I don't know. That is a lot of your mana. Very bad news. Panto's gonna do his best to be able to hold back the Razor, and that is good enough. Lorenov did at least get the Soul Ring delivered. So he's going to be able to help out farming up the jungle with that extra mana, but Panto did his job. Bottom lane, though, that's where the important stuff is going on. 9 class is level 8.
I mean, he's the most farmed hero of the game. He has the most experience in the game. The Jungle Venomancer is the most powerful hero in the game. There's an ancient camp down here. He can do this easily. He's working on an Orchid.
Oh, God. Dude, he most last hits, involved in 6 kills. That's crazy. And how is, I guess, a lot of the jungle farm, I was going to say. I was going to ask, how is the lifesteal so close, but lane farm instead of jungle, that's what it must be.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, there are the drums. Of course, new and improved. No longer have to worry about charges. So bad news for gyrocopter players. They don't get to cheat the item anymore.
True. The Hawk? Oh boy, whipped in the back and taking damage. Here 2000. Pretty close to coming down with the Infest, but
oh, that is
no one's got a stun for Satanic. 9 class, it looks like at least they'll get the Venom Witches. That's a big kill. A lot of gold to Carlos as well. It will also be the sacrifice here, so Satanic makes it out, but some really much needed kills for Chimera.
So this is broken. This Venomancer plus Ripper's Lash. That's comical.
Oh,
so affected unit takes additional damage when attacked for 10 seconds. They take 12 bonus damage from a hero attack. So he just beat into him with it. And he's like, bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. I mean, you have a Marcy and a Venomancer. That's hilarious.
So he gets the damage from heroes and the wards as well as creeps.
I think the wards only add +4 each. I mean, that's still a lot, obviously.
Yeah. With how many wards as you got on yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably a lot, right? So.
You must have mistaken me for...
All right, well, he at least gave the streak to the Lifestealer, who is, well, honestly, it'd be best if it was to the Storm Spirit, but they each got 1 kill, Storm and Lifestealer. So these are your 2 heroes. If you're going to get back into this game, they're the ones that need to carry. Oh, my God. Oh, it's a terrifying fish creep. I think it'd be nice if we looked down the mouth and we saw there was like a person in it, and it was like a mascot costume. It kind of looks like one with that big mouth being open, you know?
Yeah,
a pair of eyes in there.
Oh yeah, we'll look for you.
Oh, dude, their weapons are so cute. The little cat tails. That's good stuff.
No, they did very well. Very well with the design. Quite impressed overall. How do you feel about the Lotus and the Wisdom? You like kind of the small changes? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Wisdom makes sense. It's too important to be a mashing battle or like. You know, sometimes it's fine if it was like a tactical battle between 2 people with stuns and like you time it perfectly and stuff, but when it's just like 2 people mashing on top of it, that was kind of lame. So this is a little bit better. There'll still be some cheese, like, you know, Bane or something. It's still long enough you could like nightmare someone outside of it and just wave at them as you take it. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, of course, we'll see some way for them to be able to manipulate that Panto. Assistance of the Carlos. No one's able to charge him down. And DM's also got to connect to the lane too. The Glimmer first item on DM, who again was solo and high net worth in the Enigma along with the Storm Spirit.
But Ares, I thought there was a patch. Why wasn't Glimmer touched?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently they did all the changes and then found out this DreamLeague and a little bit, but Blast I suppose as well, that Glimmer is broken and they didn't have time to change it.
Well, hopefully they've made the other items better. That's what we'll hope. And that'll help pull some people away. Because this looks a little crazy.
Yeah.
It is a lot of magic damage, I guess. All right, here we go. Smoke up. It's go time. Infest bomb. Time to get back in this game.
Where do we go, though? A top rune spawn. Unfortunately, unlucky that they weren't set up for Parivision. Walking down for a split second into the river. And no one is home in the triangle as well. So the opportunity for Chimera to maybe find a way to at least get their foot into the game could come off the back of actually kill to DM. It's not easy though. Potential Glimmer Ravage turn at the front of the tier 1. And yeah, they recognize this. They will not give that opportunity up to Parivision. So smoke for naught.
Oh, that is tough. I was just watching Parivision through their wards that whole time and couldn't really tell where Chimera were. I was confused until you mentioned they were going for DM. I felt like they were like angling down near the bottom half. But, I mean, they were still just playing pretty spread, getting a lot of gold. And a missed go like that is incredibly painful because they were all just farming. And now that gap is widened to 8k at 13 minutes. And they're going to smoke up into you with an Orchid on 9 classes Veno. This Storm Spirit will not see a Dispel for 1,000 years. He's still
he thinks
poor.
He's safe for the shield room. He's going to walk forward all of a sudden, eat an Orchid to the face, 13 minutes in the game, and he's going to start hating his life. I guess Lucky steps over to the left and Parivision go to the right because they want the Wisdom by the looks of it and potentially to Hark's life too.
Dire scan. It did not hit.
Oh, there's an extra camp there.
They seem to be aware they're in here.
I didn't know there was another camp where the Hawk was. I thought it was just the one on the far right. Very awkward location visually now.
DM's gonna run into 1J up here. But that's fine. He can just go back for the wisdom. They're battling it out.
What? Wait, Satanic?
I think he just thought it was free.
I suppose so.
I think he had the read that they were maybe going with the Muerta, and we're gonna try and do something. But yeah, that was a gift into the hands of the Lifestealer.
Who's being kind of close towards the Radiance. I don't know if he has one component already, actually. So maybe still needs a little bit more time for tier 2000. They get the wisdom. The Hawk is going for a Vanguard. Thoughts on Halberd? Interesting changes.
Yeah, it's a big change. There's a couple items. The Sange is all over the place right now. It's part of the Abyssal now too. It's left our Pleasant Halberd. The Vanguard has made the jump over to the Halberd. So I don't know. They reduced it by quite a bit. Now it's only 4 seconds on the range, so it lost 20% of its value against ranged targets, which seemed like that was where we're seeing it most often, right? Was to punish ranged carries. So I think it'll still be a little bit niche. Like in a game like this, I highly doubt you would get it, especially because there's obviously a Dispel. For the Radiant team, that is. On the Dire, in theory, you could grab it, but it's going to be a tough item to work in for a lot of heroes. I guess, did he already queue it up on Dahak? Is that why you're saying it?
He has Vanguard. I don't know if he's going Crimson.
I mean, it is pretty good in theory, right? It's only 900 more gold and you get the disarm. So I would think that's more likely to be effective than the Crimson. Then again, the fact that you can just Manta it or something or BKB it kind of makes it feel risky.
Enter. Yo. Okay. The thing I'm looking at is maybe like the early Halberds on like tanky strength heroes, potential universal as well. If there's any offlanes, go for a top 9 class. Orchid into Takalis. There is finally the kill that he was wanting on the Venomancer.
Yeah, and he's trying to go Manta first on this Storm Spirit. That's a pricey Dispel, unfortunately.
What?
Yup.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, he needs one. So that's what he's going with.
Okay, mid lane? The Hawk is going to be able to get the Black Hole off. He will by the looks of it. Ravage wasn't pressed from Tidon to DM. Might get it off before he dies. He's got no one to be able to use the chain control as well. Satanic also will run into the middle. A nice ultimate from Dahak, and now tier 2000's looking to clean up from the start. They've also got the long zip in as well. Lorinov has to be careful about the Orchid. They'll actually use it aggressively onto the Lifestealer. If he's going to survive long enough, has the Infest, gets it over to Lorinov and can zip away or goes back in if he chooses otherwise. Wants to kill and to get out to live the tail, but the mana's going to be lacking. Tier 2000 will try and bring no one down. Let's see if he's going to have the damage without the Radiance. Oh, nice. Should be able to dispel it off of the Manta, and no one is okay by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was getting close, but if only he had maybe gotten that Radiance before that fight. And just Chimera are finding a lot more than I would have expected. Considering how this game was going, they are finding a few situations. Yeah, it's coming off of some slightly greedy plays there, like the attempted Ravage. Tried to barely get out of that one and ends up only killing the CM, but it will slow this lead down a little bit. The XP was relatively even. How on earth did Razors get 2,500 experience? That is crazy. Holy.
Last man alive?
Yeah. I mean, he's almost catching up to T2000.
Like you said, though, kind of surprising the fact that Chimera were able to get so much out of it, considering the status of this game. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to look at the Manta on Lorinov. I don't know. Are we yours? No?
That would be the cheaper, more common option. Yep.
It's okay, we're cooking. New patch, exciting new builds. It's all right.
It lets you farm. You know, he's getting it done. Vampiric Tumblr's toy. That's comical. All right.
Oh, yes, the old Essence ring, Panto. End up dying. It always used to be a nice one for the Storms, it felt like, because it did have mana regen, right? The old one?
Yeah, it definitely did.
Yeah, so it gets the mystical on it now. A little bit of magic resistance too. Tier 2000 is farming. Look, let's see what this man can do. Been impressed. It is a lifesteal again into a Razor though, and like we said, the Master as well, who is getting solo killed. We'll get the jump away. We'll see if 2000 continues to farm in the area. Someone has actually come through the portal. It's going to be Lorinov. Nice. Kill into the maybe escaping. There's the Manta value. Lorinov is looking to be out. Maybe?
Wow. Okay. All right, now here's my question. Am I crazy? If you Manta the Veno one, do you dodge the shard? Like the Venomous Gale? I'm trying to figure out if that's why. Like, because you're invulnerable during the Dispel. But I'm pretty sure you still get stunned, right? I'm not crazy. And you take the damage. So, like, if he just bought Shard on Venomancer right now, couldn't he just Orchid and Gale the Storm, and then the Storm is guaranteed to be stunned for 1.6?
I think so, but I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to test it too,
I don't want to,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything. But I think so. We'll see. We'll see. He's going Hurricane Pike on 9 class, and maybe he's like, okay, we go Ag Shard next. I don't know what's. There's actually a lot of all chatting going on. Maybe the Hawk is saying, "Come on, guys, can I go Lotus, please?"
I mean, it'd be fun to have the spell yourself for the game, right?
What can you do? I'm sure it is. It sounds very fun. You play Rubik when you're not playing Rubik. You just...
Packet lost 10. What should I do? It's a good question. I don't know either, buddy.
I would say another restart and then... we'll go from there. Oh, I had something I wanted to say. I'm trying to remember what it was now. Can't try and just make guesses.
Of what you wanted to say?
Oh, I remember. Do you like this build from Dakalis? I really thought he was going to go like Basher Satanic this game.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. You just want to survive. I mean, it'd be cool if he was like position 4, but like he's a super greedy Veno. You know that guy's not buying a Glimmer. Glimmer's still really good. Gotta make your gyro live.
But doesn't the Basher build just absolutely poop on the lifestealer?
Only if you hit it though, and then you're pretty squishy, right? You get tapped one time, you just die.
Okay. Oh, that freezing feel.
You know, you got a Razor. Let him deal with the lifestealer. You just keep them alive.
Okay. Oh, no one is definitely in prime position to be able to do that. 5-0 and 3. This guy is very farmed. BKB almost completed. Need a little bit of gold. We will have a massive kill. So, Chimera, they're clawing their way back. This is 6,000 deficit. Satanic is struggling a little bit this game. 3 deaths here for the gyro. 1J is also getting soloed by 9 claws. Okay.
Unfortunately, he's probably still having some... Oh, yeah, he's having big legs. He's having some real problems.
Back to the classical music. It's okay.
I think Storm Spirit is nice at taking advantage of the chaos of a new patch, you know?
Everyone's all spread out on the map, trying to figure out their farming patterns. They're all a little bit slower, so finding these moments to pick people off. Go.
Pick up something. We're about to have a fight. Storm's got a regen and he came through the portal. Meanwhile, tier 2000 We'll try and run 9 class down. Radiant are moving over, but they're going to be too late.
Very proud of you.
So another big kill. But this is, I guess, a little bit lower in the net worth now with the Venomancer after some time. But importantly, you're getting galvanized stacks from Lorenov as well. Take this.
Aha. All right, we got the Kaya. We're back to the normal items. Kaya into Witchblade after my Manta. Lorenov trying the challenge of buy all your items backwards in Dota 2. Sweet. Take down Panto. This is, what a strange game we've gone into, Aries. This is classic new map Dota. You know, I've been saying for years, I can remember the last time that I was truly lost in a game of Dota was directly after the Boston Major. Going into the map, I remember standing near the tier 1 tower up on that high ground that now has like a watcher, kind of where like Dahak is, that whole area over the watch and stuff. I remember being so lost. I was like, I don't know where to go. I was like, where am I? Like this whole area used to be different. There's like stairs and stuff. Now I feel lost again. This is the first time I have felt lost since then. Like I was running around the map this morning. I'm just like playing some puck, trying to figure out like, where do I go? Like, I can go this way, that way. I was running around with like I had like a enemy bot and I was looking at all the vision lines. Dude, these trees are deceptive. I'll tell you guys that one thing. Like,
oh, man. Dude, today I've been complaining about it. I can't tell what's a cliff and what's not a cliff. I don't know what they're seeing.
You can't tell what's a cliff. The other thing is that it's really hard to tell when you actually have vision of something because the way the water is colored here is first watch 1J dies is another just solo pick off on someone. But like I find that the way that the river like lights up when you're actually in the game, you'll think you have vision of an area when you really don't. So like you'll walk around a tree and it'll be like, oh, I couldn't see that before. And so there's just an enemy there. It's very interesting. Lorenov will just dip right through that rocket. Easy. Not your base, sir. Not your base, sir. Dude, get the shard. He'd be dead. Okay, probably wouldn't be dead, to be honest. But I still want it. Speaking of shards, though, CM gets the shard, he's definitely dead. If he lands it on him, rather.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm very lost even just watching the game.
Ooh, the glimmer! He dodges the anchor.
Oh. Nice.
Living.
On Panto.
He ulted him, too. And now they're coming in after the, oh, this is the comeback right here. Get that giant pinata of a Venomancer. Oh, not Tukalas. We don't want him. We want the big dog. Oh yeah.
So like, how did they see him?
So this is one level.
Oh. Okay, get that too. We got a game apparently.
Yeah, we got a game.
What's going on?
We got they started farming on the Radiant. Satanic got picked off. He didn't get to Big Scary Gyro mode. They never got the Aegis with Big Scary Gyro mode, and now they have lost control of the middle of the map here. So I think like the lack of just aura item on this Venomancer maybe is kind of what hurt them. Like going Orchid into Pike. I feel like if they had just bought one aura and just pushed the tier 2 mid, maybe, or just played a little bit more together and farmed some of this dire area around Roche, they surely should have been able to take it pretty easily to help guarantee a better farming time for Satanic. Now, they have a 9-second BKB on this gyrocopter. I'm not too concerned. The dire have not yet taken Roche. I think that is how you like reestablish control right now as Parivision. Now, that all being said, Roche is a very scary place now. This Enigma does not yet have a Blink Dagger, thankfully, but there is still Infest Bombs, and there's a lot of angles you have to cover now. We're back to the old days of Roche, where it's a much more tactical and crazy potential for team fights. Back when like Nagasaran got the title of being like the queen of Roche, because she just was able to control so much space at a time, and obviously Tidehunter, very successful in those sort of plays as well, so they should be happy about this. Spanto. Yeah, he just really loves dropping these ultis, huh?
Making so much space. Yeah, I'm very excited for the Roche fights that we're going to get on this patch. Very cool, the possibilities that there are. Lorinov, they got a glimpse of the stop. Oh, that timing. I don't know if there was a window where they could have glimmered out. Sorry, use the anchor out at glimmer, but regardless, you don't get the kill. We are trading objectives, though, which I guess is one thing. We're going to get the Tormentor for Chimera, but Roshan is going down.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. The single Tormentor now. And so it doesn't feel too bad to trade, you know? You get the gold, they get the Roche. It's a pretty big boost to your whole team now on the side of Chimera. As long as you don't like feed into a bad Roche fight, it doesn't feel quite as bad.
Can they even take a Roche fight? You just got Basher completed on the lifesteal and put in the Arcane on Lorinov as well. Maybe they feel like they can force it. They're going to try Tippy, and they got a pretty decent ward on the high ground. They might be able to blow him up, and they will. Doesn't even a chance to use the BKB.
Damn, that dead shot. Nice. So he took 865 damage from 5 attacks, that lifestealer. Alright, that's quite a bit. I'll give him that.
And does this game not feel... It looks like Parivision. It's super frustrating for them to play this game. This doesn't look fun. I've only seen
I'm gonna get it again.
In Radiant's territory. He's out again. He's got 7 deaths, but I feel like he hasn't died in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah,
this guy is being so annoying.
Oh, you cursed him.
Did I?
Yeah, surely.
No! Okay, sorry.
He did leave a ward under a Radiant Sentry, but they didn't notice it yet, so get some value out of it for a while. All right, this is what they need. Walk towards mid. DM's fed up. He's just like, we need to do this. We just need to take this tower. We are stronger than them. To call us? Oh, this is not what you want. This is a weird fight. Don't do this.
Very awkward. 2000 trying to beat into DM. Opportunity to pop the Ravage if he wants to use it. Gonna see the chance here. 2000's able to step over the right side, and Satanic will hold firm, making sure they have control of the high ground, keeping the observer ward up as well. And meanwhile, no one eyes on the objectives.
Now, are they confident enough to try something towards this mid lane? Dude, why is the Storm Spirit moving for 550 right now? Is this an infest thing?
He's got Quicken.
Oh, because he got Quicken on the Whisper of the... Surely it's more than that, though. Does Infest give movement speed now? Am I crazy? Because that seems too fast still, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe. But I don't know, actually. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember reading that, but he's pretty fast.
Okay, so where are we going across the map? BKB completed from the Hawk.
Oh, yeah, it is movement speed. I just forgot. Okay, cool. My bad. 15, 20, 25%. Wow, that's a lot of movement speed.
Dip in. Who they found? No one. Reacted time at the BKB. All right, they're just out, apparently. Both of them. Back through the portal goes Lorinov. He will make it. No one's waiting on the other side. Panto.
That was crazy.
Bro, he's doing so weird.
That's right. They're doing it now. You know, they're grouping up. Now, there is no BKB on this Razor, so this could be a bad time to fight. The Blink Dagger from Dahak could really give them something, too. That is certainly the next big timing in this game, as they don't really have an option versus that, right? Unless, of course, there's a Gale and maybe the Shard with the Venomancer could be something.
Got some of the new items. Gale Guard. Seems like one of the better ones.
Yes, I heard John talking about that. He's a fan.
Yes, he is a fan. DM. Able to run into the Muerta. So it looks like T2 Tower. They're starting to get They grasp back of this game here from Parivision off the back of the ages. They will get another objective, and frustrated as they are, apparently they're walking high ground.
We have the serrated Shiv. Oh, that's kind of interesting with Tide. Interesting. I assume it works. Does it work? I don't know. Probably, like with Anchor Smash, because it procs other stuff, right?
Probably, yeah. T2000 should be able to make it out. It is a lot of trade. The T3 tower. I don't know, dude. This game it's got a weird feeling to it. Something's going on.
Oh. Don't. Wow. I had my chat open on the other window, actually. I just wanted to shout out the Odd Games, who said, even my 12-year-old kid play better than this. Man, you have been watching Dota for a long time. Shout out to you. You got a 12-year-old kid. You know they were playing Dota age. You know they were playing Dota 15 years ago.
But they were playing in the womb.
Over time, you have to upgrade your insults, obviously. Like, now you got the point where your kids you're using them as leverage and you're flaming. As Panto will howl and ult you for the shortest duration I've ever heard, and then die.
Lorinov is just cutting. Top, bottom, whatever it is, we are apparently avoiding. Have not felt strong enough to be able to take these fights. Maybe they're waiting for the Hawks Blink Dagger. Storm Spirit completes his own BKB. We gotta be ready to go soon, though, you would think, on Chimera.
I mean, why go anywhere? Like, you know, we've seen how it worked out the last time they didn't force anything, when they were just finding pickoffs all over the place. We know that there's minimal tools right now to punish the Storm Spirit until the Scythe is completed on 9 class. You can't really die. And there's the blink. I mean, Chimera are kind of in control. I think they have the better team fight. A lot of it's going to come down to vision. There was a Radiant Ward that sort of saw this general movement. They might know there's a smoke coming. Some couriers are moving through there as well.
Important that Satanic's able to get the Satanic Scepter. We'll see if he can stay alive just through the raw lifesteal through the black hole. Maybe not, because the Nemesis curse. It will be interesting to see. They're going to go back for 9 class, but it will TP up. Rejoin the team of the Outpost. Lorinov moving up the high ground. He's going to be able to get rid of the Orchid. Dahak, is he going to be able to find the opening here for the black hole? It's not needed at the start of the team fight. Now they've got it for the cause afterwards. There we go, jumping over to the right side, but where's the follow-up? They are incredibly hesitant. Dahak is begging for someone to provide the damage, and there was no one to be seen. T2000 now will charge in the middle, gets the bash on a no one. DM doesn't get the Ravage or blinks away in Satanic. This is a defensive use of his golden immunity, and once it expires, they might be able to catch up to him. Ravage, beautiful timing. Is it going to be enough in the end? Lorinov Mantis off. T2000 is going to run on forward, charging over towards Satanic. Chimera, this game, what is going on? 0 casualties for them. A wonky fight from either side, but it's dire. It's a big blow striking to the hearts of the boys on Radiant.
That was a crazy Gleipnir. That salvaged that ending part there. When the Ravage came out and there was a chance for them to maybe turn and get a kill, the Gleipnir kept them just out of the attack range to try and actually utilize that Ravage. And that's why they end up getting the kills right after. 1J completely crushing at the end of that fight. And yeah, it looks a little messy because they're like living through the black hole and everything, but it's okay because as long as the Razor is dying, the sustained fights should go the way of Chimera with the way they're just zipping around. And a nice try with the double jump there, but the zip over ends up just kind of getting both supports into a really bad position to start things off then. And then their BKB with the Storm is like in and then out, and the Daha catches, and you're getting a bit of a link, but it gets broken thanks to that. The fear comes through, and no one will die here. And that's when the fight just feels pretty good, right? T8000 comes in, he hits a bash, easy peasy. You go down. Dead shots that unfortunately couldn't keep flying through these Agnem's plays. But then this Gleipnir at the end is what really steals it. Because DM's thinking like, okay, nice. Saved. And look at this. He just black-handed. And he can't even get his attacks off. And now he has to run.
Yeah.
He's sitting there with 7 flat cannons and can't even use them. Like that should have been a double or a triple kill maybe if it wasn't for that perfect Gleipnir.
Gleipnir keeps him going. What was the peak net worth? Let's take a look. 10,000. Was it really? Okay. 10,000 down to 4K now. We've got Arcane Rune on Lorinov, level 25. Going Agshard next. Abyssal Blade as well on Lifestealer. I mean, this is potentially the finishing blow here. We've got to keep in mind, Chimera, all they need is 1 map victory. They get 1 map victory in this last series for them, and they are guaranteed a spot in groups 2.
All right, well, time to get it. And time for Roche as well. That's the next big thing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Tormentor first. There we go. Finally get your shard.
Yeah, that's true.
That is the trade like we saw previously. Tormentor for Roche. And they are not aware by the looks of it.
Yeah, not much you can do about it either.
What about neutral Lorinov goes for? I love that we can see, at least for the moment while they're building it.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Okay, he went the crossbow.
Bonus damage. The reduced healing effects is nice. Yeah, the slow does wane over time, so it's not as crazy as it sounds. It's not actually 80% for 4 seconds, because the first time I saw that, I was like, whoa! But he also put the Titanic on it for plus 15% base attack and 10% status. Oh, okay, yeah. Cool, we're just going to Titanic every tier 4 as a core, I'm guessing, huh? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I think so. Cool ones. Penta went the Magnify Monocle as well. We'll look at that one afterwards. We got a smoke from Parivision, so looking to try and force the fight still into the Aegis advantage.
Oh, I did not understand this part of how this works with the neutrals. So he's upgraded the Shiv to tier 4 from tier 3. You keep the Shiv. Is that what I'm seeing? Yep. And he put the Brawny on it, so he can't get a tier 4 one?
No, wait, one... Oh, sorry, no. Oh, do I have time?
Because like Nemesis also went to tier 4.
They're under award at the moment. No one... Really quick on the fingers. Got the Satanic as well to potentially turn it back around, but it's not going to have an opportunity with the Vortex. Lorinov stops it short. And now they're going to look at 9 class as well. Satanic has to watch idly by on the sideline. But they will charge them down. Lorinov still has a little bit to work with. Cross by slow. DeCarlos will not make it in the base. And they're going to get no value out of DM nor Satanic. Lorinov struggled in the lane, but you said it, Trent. If he could get out of it, it was a free Storm Spirit game, and he is godlike.
Yeah, he got there. He made it eventually. That's it's looking good. And these fears, the Agnes and the Muerta, I mean, want to see it? It's been great. I have noticed multiple times where it's flying through and really disrupting any sort of like a comeback play.
Satanic, Abyssal, Black Hole, not messing around for the Hawk. He's got a buyback. I mean, this is such a heavy investment for a defense. They've got to get something out of it. Infest up. Panther is going to be able to run away. No, surely not. DM's got Blink, but is he going to be able to get anyone? Come on, you've got to find something. Lorinov standing his ground for the control. It's just not possible for Parivision. Chimera really able to slip out of danger. Now tier 2000 feels strong enough to be able to enter. He's running down the crits on Satanic. We'll be able to deal with the first life. How can they get set up for the second round here? DM once again ready with the Ravage if they can get the chain control. First under the second. Crimson Guard doing whatever it can to protect tier 2000 with the life steal. It's starting to work out. Tier 2000. He's going to win the man fight. He's going to turn to no one, and that will secure the spot for Chimera in Group 2. 10,000 deficit at the early stage of this game. Not a concern for them.
Oh man, the big smile. Saw TH1000 with a big look of relief on his face. Lorinov also looking pretty pleased. That was a stressful game. You could definitely feel they were behind. This Venomancer was the most farmed hero in the game out of the support role, and it's just like, oh man, what is happening in this match? But they believed in the long-term plan, and those mid-game pickoffs, consistently grabbing some of these heroes, not just supports too. I mean, Satanic getting solo killed, it completely brought Lorinov and TH1000 back into this game, and their draft put it completely in their hands, and they clutched it with some very nice supporting plays as well. Good black holes near the end from Dahak, and 1J clutch on this Muerta with the Fears and the Gleipnirs.
Very cool performance. Very cool from Chimera to be able to find a way back in. They honestly looked a little bit shocked as well in the end. Their cams, I don't know. I feel like they're kind of surprised. They're like, how the hell did we win this game?
Yeah.
Because it felt like, I don't know. What was honestly going on? Is it just like, do we really praise Chimera with their ability to play from behind? Or do we think Parivision just didn't really respect the turn potential?
I think they maybe just needed to take that lead and maybe grew up a little bit more. It's hard to tell on this map. Like last patch, I think they would have won this game. I think they would have just like bought an aura item on this Venomancer instead of investing in both the Orchid and the Hurricane Pike, and they would have just like grabbed the tier 2s, farmed their way backwards the way they normally would to the corner Roches, and just felt good about the game. I feel like it would have been a lot simpler to just play through, but this game they obviously could not find a way to make it work. I think it should have been a win. I think that maybe the itemization was the problem, because like if you just play together, it seemed pretty hard for Chimera to do too much, and just a few mistakes, obviously, and Chimera just wrestled control right back.
But they did, so yeah, congratulations to these boys. They're going to be moving over to Groups 2 for Parivision. Now, they needed a 2-0 to guarantee a spot in the second round, and unfortunately for them, some of the other results are not going the way they want. Yakult, they won one game against Team Spirit, so that's a second loss for Team Spirit. And importantly, where I mentioned that puts Yakult and Parivision with the same victory. Gaming also won game 1 as well. So all the results Parivision didn't want, unfortunately, aren't going their way. They lose, and then other people are winning. So you've got to get the win. Otherwise, you're potentially playing for some tiebreakers here to make it over to that second round. We'll have to find out, but we are focusing here in this series in particular. It was a interesting game 1. Let's send it over break, and when we come back, we've got game 2 with these two teams, two Eastern Europe teams going at it. See you guys soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
We have in here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
secure their spot in Groups 2. Now it's Parivision's turn to try and secure their spot as well. We're going to have to see if they can make it work, because unfortunately for them, again, like we were saying, to close out the previous game, that the teams that they don't want to be winning are currently winning. We're going to get an upgraded group standing. Liquid just were able to get the victory over Boom, putting themselves in 7 victories. Yakult as well beat Spirit, giving them their second loss, and Gaming also beat Avula. So Trent, we are lining up for some potential crazy goddamn tiebreakers here.
We are indeed. And you know, in order to get these tiebreakers, you got to fight some pretty tough opponents. So the best way to do that, of course, is to cheese them. You must find what is successful in this new patch. You must go into the numbers and into the data. And so after you were mentioning that Dragon Knight shot up 10%, I thought, well, I got to check the hero trends, because it's one of my favorite things to do when a new patch happens. And I'm sure you might have talked about this already, but the second highest change has been Meepo, who has shot up 5.65% in terms of win rate. That's kind of scary. And then it is Marana, in fact, which is wild. Now, mind you, she's still sub 50% win rate. So it's nice that she's not utter trash, but at least she went up 4.3%. Abba's win rate somehow went up after the patch, despite those universal changes. So he's still fine. Lifestealer's up. Wraith King's up. We got a lot of heroes I'm noticing that we're seeing are just the straight up winners of this patch right now.
It's interesting that you're speaking about the stats, because I was listening to an interview that Staking did after their victory in the first series. And anyway, he was saying that, I think maybe it was Winter or Seek asked him a question of like, what do you do when a patch drops? How do you kind of analyze everything, interpret everything, digest? And he said, for me at least, or a good suggestion is, I really like just looking at the stats, seeing what win rates have been changed, because it just gives me like an easy way to then be able to work things out, because there can just be such an overwhelming amount of info that you need to go through. So just look and see what has been changed, and then you can kind of get a little idea from there, and then from that you can start to formulate some ideas and at least some things that you would like to try.
Yeah, you don't want to take it as gospel for sure. Like you never should with any stats. They're always within context. Sometimes a hero's win rate goes up by 5%, but it's like an item, you know? Like maybe an item isn't working right, or an item is bugged and working too well, and they just have to be the best one with it. That's like a confusing perspective right there that we got right now. What the hell? All right, hands through. Is that leg going through the 2 hands?
I think it's
surely
one
that's
hand
someone
under.
else's leg.
What?
Under. No, that's someone else's leg. He's playing a trick on us, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to match this right now. Yeah, this is, that's not happening. That guy's, he's doing some good stretching. That's what I'll say. Alrighty. We'll get to see El Marana. Wow, Crystal Main Band. Okay. Too powerful. Parivision don't want to see it again. Give me that first overall pick. What is my first overall pick, actually? I don't even know. Marana.
DK? DK's banned, okay. I'm trying to pull up the last game draft to see what was let through, what was banned and what wasn't. We have TB and Jakira that was banned previously. Bristle as well is also still not banned. So we get some differences.
Oh, wow. Winners and losers, I guess. I didn't actually look at the losing win rates until right now. Kez dropped 8%, so we don't have to worry about that hero. But we got Arc Warden dropped 7.5%. Now that's just new hero, new changes, so we won't take that too seriously. That's going to be Arc Warden noobs playing the hero. Doesn't mean he's bad. But Morphling was the heaviest hit, which I think a lot of people were expecting with the Conda change, because that item just got eviscerated. Plus, support Morphling is just dead, so that hurts Parivision quite a bit. There's no cooldown reduction Morphling anymore. He dropped almost 7% win rate, alongside Lena, who also dropped 6.3. Bristol is the 5th biggest drop at minus 4.57% just global win rate. So that's kind of scary.
I think the big thing, I actually don't know how much of a factor it is. People were mentioning the Bloodstone spell life still being a big thing, the fact that he doesn't get it now with the quills, but I don't know how it didn't feel like how often we were actually getting Bloodstorm towards the tail end of the Bristle.
That is
patch.
true.
Like,
yeah, it wasn't really the big thing. It was more about just like the minus armor and the hairball. I think the hairball is still good, right? I mean, unless I missed that, I'm pretty sure it didn't get changed.
I thought it got touched. No.
Oh, maybe it did. I don't know. Didn't it still exists?
Just a mana cost got increased. So.
Yeah, that's fine. That thing's broken. That's really like you hairball, you goose someone. It's a bunch of stacks. It's minus armor. That someone else in your team always has minus armor, and then it's like bam. So I think as long as that exists, this hero will still be at least playable. But they are bravely taking it first overall into that TB that you just mentioned, and we will lose the Mirana. I wanted to see it. Bring her back, but not today.
At least she's getting banned, you know, we're getting some priority put on her.
Getting closer.
We're getting there. Slowly, step by step. And she'll come back. You know, everyone likes to play Mirana. It is definitely a hero that if you're playing support, you pick Mirana. If you're playing core, you try and make it work as well. So what they do to try and respond to the Bristleback for Parivision. I do like at least a Terrorblade high armor hero.
You know who I like? Hoodwink. Hip shot.
Hip shot.
I like that one. It looks pretty good. It's a very solid break as far as breaks on heroes go. But they want that previously banned hero of the Jakiro instead. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing a little bit of that Hoodwink though. I think that's a solid facet.
Yeah, Hoodwink. Jakiro, I think we'll be seeing a little bit more as well of. Like this hero.
that detonate facet looks so cool.
Yeah, it looks cool. What was the old ag shot on Jakiro? I was trying to work it out because we had a game earlier today with Jakiro in it, but I couldn't remember what the other shot was.
I think it depended on which one you were, right? Like if you were ice, you got 2.5% max health or something. Isn't that what it was? And if you were fire, it did something. I don't remember.
Maybe.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it does kind of ring a bell.
Oh, they're gonna hop right back on the Muerta. Yeah, I mean it looked good. I mean the calling I feel like didn't even give them a chance to shine, but that spell is still pretty ridiculous on this hero. So now with Deadshot being improved with the Aghanim, she's just doing her thing. It's good versus the Terrorblade because he's obviously a big physical right clicker is the way you tend to die to him as a support hero, and you get to just pop your ulti and be safe for an extended duration and make your way as far away from it as possible during the engagements.
And it sounds like a pretty good lane as well with the Muerta Bristleback, right? So
yep.
This is what you were wanting to give to the Hawk, which we've seen him play both the Seeing Red along with the Snot Rocket facet. So
yes, he was definitely a Seeing Red guy, that's for sure. He like refused to go Snot Rocket a bunch of times. I was casting him and I was cursing his name for it. So I have zero hope of him going Snot Rocket personally.
I swear I saw some games recently where he did, but I remember the games.
Maybe that's what the kick was about. All right, fine. I'll play Snot Rocket. Fine, bring me back.
Fine.
All right, okay. Oh, we're winning. Weird. Oh, there he is.
Okay. So how do you feel about this hero? I just don't know if it was like your Tundra completely being your best team in the world, and then Moodeng being, you know, kind of not up to par. But the Ringmaster didn't look entirely good in that game. John is really not a fan of this in regards to he thinks it's quite strong and the numbers are still ridiculous on the dagger thing, whatever the is.
Yep.
How do you personally feel about the Ringmaster?
Do you ever have like a character or something that you really want to like but you just can't? That's how I feel about Ringmaster. That's
okay.
It's like,
is it because the way he looks or what?
I mean, mostly it's because he's voiced by John Delancey. That's the main reason I want to love him. Because you know, Star Trek. We got Q. I mean, he's my goat. I'm a big fan. So, but I don't know. I just can't get behind this hero. The save is still, you know. I mean, I'm wrong. The save is still there, right? I guess I didn't double check. I was just shocked to see that he was in captain's mode. Someone mentioned it in my chat as I was like going through the patch earlier, and I was like, what? The Ringmaster's actually in?
with no Kez, but yeah, remaster stayed the same, but we got the new souvenirs. He went for the Carney Classics, right? He stayed with the original ones, I believe, when you guys were casting it earlier, because I saw a little bit of it. Yeah. And yeah, I saw him pop out the Funhouse mirror. So overall, I think that it's a bit of a specialist hero. I do feel like it's kind of just worse Shadow Demon in some ways. So I would maybe just rather be Shadow Demon in this game versus a Terrorblade, is how I'm thinking. Okay. But maybe the save in particular is actually quite a bit better versus Jakiro, I guess, than Disruption is, since Jakiro can you're set up like a T-ball there out of Disruption for an Ice Path or something.
True. Very good point. Let's see, Chimera, what are we going to do now? Because they have revealed that the Terrorblade's going to be played as a carry with DM Centaur drafted. Or do we go for the old classic kind of magic damage to try and deal with this hero?
That's one way. I mean, they're back at it. They see another game where the control's relatively weak between the two supports. You're going to have to hit the lasso. You can dodge the ice paths pretty well. You know, if Centaur gets the stomp, sure, you'll be in trouble. And it is easier these days than it used to be.
Yeah, one stun and then there's going to be a couple more afterwards, but it's just finding that stun, the ability to do that. What is the carry though for tier 2000? Wolf is dead, you were saying.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, that's gone.
Again, I'll mention it just because they've been having success on it, but the Void Spirit for tier 2000 is not.
What happened to Troll? Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. The Void Spirit looks good here. All right, Troll Warlord, bad influence on the facet has been reworked. During battle trance, Troll Warlord has increased max fervor stacks and no attack speed limit, and it gives allies 50% of the attack speed bonus.
Seems kind of meh.
Now follows global lifesteal rules. Interesting. I know, I kind of like it. They're banning just for a TA 2000 Bristle. And not having to worry about that. So they just get rid of the Brew and the Darkseer versus the Terrorblade. Makes sense.
Enabling like you said, against the Terrorblade. So wonder if there's a carry then that. Yeah, I don't know if it's traditionally like carry matchups where we see the Terrorblade struggle in. And for Chimera, they're going to ban mid laners to help the Storm Spirit.
I kind of like Timber a little bit here. I mean, I know he's lost a bit of a step, but kind of looks like some heroes Timbersaw could take advantage of. There is a Bat Rider, which is sort of something, but other than that, he looks kind of beefy. The Ags looks pretty good. I feel like that's kind of a Dahak hero. People are back into the Legion Commander too, right? That's another one. And this is Legion and Bat Rider, actually. Oh, that's kind of spicy. But maybe if you can't get he can't get the neutral though, so.
Some of the first pub games that I was watching on people's streams, we were seeing the Legion a couple of times, so maybe that hero is back for the first time in multiple years, I guess, besides when the facet was introduced.
It looks good. No, those grab the Void Spirit. Good snipe. I mean, it's solid versus Terrorblade. And again, it's now, you've got two cores. They're going to be trying to take care of this lack of control. So you know what time it is. Faceless Void. Okay, unfortunately, it's hard to do that with the flex. So we're going to get a Pango. And that'll head to the mid lane for no one versus Lornoff's Storm Spirit. Alrighty.
How do you feel about the Pango Storm matchup? I thought the Storm was nice to pick it into Pango.
Yeah, I would say overall pretty solid. Obviously, no one has been one of the best mids in just the raw bodying of his opponents, as we even saw in the last game. Of course, he had quite an advantage being the Razor versus the Storm Spirit, and he did put Lornoff into a bad spot. If you can remember, he was extremely far down on the net worth to start the game, but knew that eventually his hero would be able to have some power if they could just make it long enough, and they did in fact get there. Kind of similar here. I'm expecting no one to do quite well. He's not even going to go for the double jump because everyone likes having this Thunderbolt, and he wants to get the the good controls of the big game. Laugh against Dahak. He has got Snow Rocket. Let's go! He has learned. My goat.
Let's go.
Very good with TA2000's Void Spirit, who I believe didn't even grab Battle Fury in his last 2 matches when I went to look at the numbers after we were last talking about it.
What do you remember what he was going for?
I think he went like SNY style. I'm going to look at it right now. He went Orchid in one of his pubs. Oh, that looks like it was just a feed game. Yeah, he hasn't had anything else other than that. But yeah, I noticed he was Battle Furyless. So that was a bit of a surprise because the last time we were watching him, it was this Battle Fury Void Spirit is how he was playing it out of the position 1. But Battle Fury also just got gutted. That was a tough one. He lost 15 damage. I mean, I know it's cheaper, but like 15 damage, that's a lot of damage to lose. But it's cheaper. It's cheaper, but it's 15 damage.
Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate for the Battle Fury carries. We're not seeing them be a thing for a while. Those farming carries are tough one. All right, do you want to translate? There's a.
Good luck, have fun, Coda. Got it. Nailed it.
Sick.
The part I knew. That part I can do. Aries, this is it, buddy. This is the last one. The end of the road for us here in this Dream League qualifier. I mean, group stage to qualify to the next group stage. It's kind of what it is, you know. It's qualifiers and turtles all the way down. But I'm looking forward to this. You know, we get to see it on the new patch. We get to see if Parivision have what it takes to survive. Who do you got? What do you like? No pressure.
I think Dire's lineup I prefer a little bit more. 1J.
Oh, especially with that flame break.
Especially with the first blood. Yes, definitely without a doubt. Nice whip. Not going to be enough. DM's able to close the distance. First blood Satanic picks up an extra advantage. I'll still give you the opportunity to tell you who you favor, even after first blood. It's okay if you say Parivision. Don't copy me.
I mean, yeah, I would say Parivision, but I also thought they should have won that last game with how they were playing, so maybe they just haven't quite figured it out. They're not as rushed this time, maybe. It feels like they can kind of chill out a little bit more. You know, we've seen these Pangos scaled like crazy too, but they are still in another control issue, and now it's 2 mobile carries, so maybe I should believe in Chimera even more. Flame Break is still having the same cast range at level 1 of 1300, so clearly Batrider's still just broken and a game winner. So I'm going to go with 9 class for the dub.
You don't think the movement speed slow from 15 to 8% was enough of a nerf? Definitely seems fine.
It's all about the bounce, baby. The bounce.
Yeah. Botanic is potentially instant trouble. Good up, slowed up for the blood grenade, and oh, they didn't go for it. Okay, close. Would have been a bit difficult with the tier 2, but
that is the spicy tower. You know, it hits like twice as hard as a tier 1. You don't want to go into that thing.
Oh.
All right, taking sword out here. Game plan. Mid lane going to be very important. Lornoff should be getting off to a better start. That's one of the biggest things to worry about here. And then, of course, this Void Spirit. We'll see how the progression goes for T2000, what the items will even be. Because obviously it can be a pretty active hero on the map once you get that level 6.
I know, of course, fresh patch, so can't say too much about it, but what do you feel like is the thought process with Chimera and T2000 in particular with the Void Spirit? We haven't been seeing them play this hero, but can you kind of speculate a little bit on why they're putting priority on this hero?
I think, I mean, he likes it. Like, he played it in the last patch. He finds it to be a comfortable hero. He's like the only person playing it in this position 1 role these days. I mean, other people did try it, but no one else has really stuck with it. Whereas he continued to think that it was a viable playstyle. It's a high mobility game still. I don't think that's going to change much in this patch. So having a lot of mobility always just feels a little bit better. I think I don't think it's too complicated. You know, he's very good at joining in engagements on the earlier parts of the game, which I feel like the least successful carries are the ones that just feel like they can't do that. And he seems to have a lot of different item builds, which is kind of cool, which is a lot of carries don't. A lot of carries have to be very static in their item builds, but he seems to think that there's a couple different avenues that you can go with the Void Spirit.
Answer down bottom. The flame break back. Pretty decent timing here with the Tender Beast. And our DM is vulnerable himself. Is able to get the double hoof stomp, which will prevent Tier 2000 from maybe being able to even up the trade. So 2 kills for Parivision to start in our second game. We are putting ourselves quite similarly in a position from what we saw previously where they had the lead early on.
It's crazy to feed just to get a souvenir, though, I gotta say, on the Ringmaster.
Let's see. Next level play.
We'll see if the Funhouse mirror does anything.
Tier 2000 can get some loss. It's 2-6 compared to the 9 at the moment, but you can, let's have we compare it versus the other carry instead. 19 loss hits on the Terrorblade.
Oh, a big guy. I mean, it's Satanic on Terrorblade, I guess. What are you expecting? Kind of known for this one.
9 claws. They say, My Lotus. I will occupy this area. Unfortunately, 2000. Not too happy with that. And to look for the last right click. Not going to have enough damage. The movement speed doesn't favor him, but the spell casting does. DM still ranged and pre and quite happy with getting all the solo experience, and he's going to look to shove the lane out.
Almost made a play to save his life thereafter, but at least he got the kill before going down. And Parivision, again, similar story, getting a pretty solid lead to start things off again.
And another kill. So, apparently just laning phase early game for Parivision is just a step above, and then let's see what we get out of Chimera after that.
I mean, it's certainly a part of the game that changed the least out of everything else, right? Like the rest of the map, very different, but the actual lanes itself, pretty much the same. The Lotus Pool's in the same spot. And we've got an Ancient Camp hanging near the safe lane now. I'm not sure how often we'll get to use that, but that's probably the biggest change. Other than that, it's just the same old mechanics.
That's what Insania asked for, right? He wanted his own Ancient. I don't know if he knew, and if he just wanted to sound smart. I have a theory that he did know.
No, they can't tell him. They don't tell him anything.
He was on point though.
He was. It's exactly what he said. Where's my Ancient Camp? I want to stack an Ancient Camp. Where's my safe laner's Ancient Camp? Oh, safe laner is oh, what a shot.
Nice. Big kill bottom lane. 9 claws. Want to be able to get sidestep as well. Remnant required for the possibility to be able to bring 9 claws down. So to be.
Ornal, as you can see, has left the lane right now. He's just jungling for a bit. As no one's going to hold things in place and look to battle for the 6-minute rune.
So if they're going to get a rotation out of some of the heroes as well, both really requiring the power. It does leave DM solo down bottom, however.
Yeah,
Penta's going to be able to chuck out another round of the Pelham Arts here. So DM falling quite low. 9 class now forced to come to bottom. Instead of helping secure the power rune, we'll see if it's going to be an issue. 1J as well will respond. Another remnant off the mark from tier 2000.
Ends up being a bottom rune, but it's just the invis tier 2, so not the best. I mean, maybe he can make a play on it, but best chance would be catching someone in the jungle, perhaps, as Panto's courier does go down. 9 class finding that. And using the ward to do a little okie doke play there.
Oh, whoop. Back to the right he goes. Where do we go with the invis from no one? Shove out mid, look to swing to top. Apparently it's not required though. Satanic second meta, second level in, and
he's going for the wisdom. Okay. All right.
They won't know. Panto's gonna be like, what? Someone's on it? Huh? And now, pops out of nowhere. Gonna look for the fear to send him away. 1J as well has his own. Remnants of the Metamorphosis is available, but really the big ability is gonna be that Rolling Thunder. They'll secure the Steel, the Shrine of Wisdom. Dark will TP back in. No one's Rolling Thunder has now expired. A little bit more of a difficult kill, especially if the Stampede is already available to help them get out of danger. So the snatch and grab of 2 lives along with the Wisdom.
Yeah, and that put Ducalis at level 6. As they grab the other Wisdom. So that is a big XP lead and a decent gold lead right now for Parivision. And the way that it works is that it, if you have 2 allies capturing it, it's given randomly to one of the 2 of you. So it could have been given to Satanic on the Terrorblade, but it applied to the Jakiro, and then the other half of it must have gone over to presumably Panto, who's still only level 3. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team. I guess I must have went to 9 class, who's level 4, and then grabbed the other one. And now, during all that, Lornov got Ducalis, so we get a 3x kill streak. Because apparently he had built up one of those. Because he just killed 1J before.
Well, people are dying everywhere.
Yeah. 11-3 at 3K lead. Extremely similar to last game. They kind of had one good hero last game as well. Before it was TA2000 on the Life Stealer. This time it's Lornov on the Storm. And we'll see if he can survive this.
No way, they're going to have the damage here. TA2000. There's one more Astro Step, goes to the North, Lornov. His rotation's going to be enough. Even the Hawk is here, why not? DM will attempt the TP. What? Oh, wow, what a TP.
He's a genius.
Oh, dude, that's such a feels bad for the Hawk. TP's down, doesn't get the kill. West Stampede for someone as well, because Titanic solo kills 1J. These past couple of minutes are continuing to look rough.
Now hold on now. Don't feel bad for the bristleback spammer. The bristleback picker at the very least. Sorry, I shouldn't accuse of spamming. But like, you don't have to feel bad.
Okay.
Jumps down to the low ground against a Bat Rider. Not the most helpful, but it's enough to pull 9 class into a potentially dangerous situation. Chucks out a couple daggers at him. He is still just level 3 on Panto. Man, he is hurting.
Yeah,
they're both level 3. Oh my god.
Oh. Lornov has to go jungle. I give some space over to 1J. Oh, are they looking for no one? I guess the power run's going to be up in a couple of seconds here, so we'll see if they will contest it. No one already has Diffusal. He's rushed at this game.
Wow. Yeah, that didn't help, did it?
No, not really.
Ooh, no one thinking about the Orb of Frost. It's a fun one. We got our Orb of Blight. We got our Orb of Frost into our Band of Elvenskin for the new Corrosion. Like that.
Interesting.
I was saying that we need the Orb of Venom too, and we can get like a support sniper who just plinks you with all 3 of them. Sounds really annoying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No one's actually going to charge up the Rolling Thunder. Looks like it just needs a free kill into 1J. Quick U-turn, farm the rest of the creeps and look to get out. They are also moving down bottom as well. So Titanic through the portal. What do they'll need the Stampede to help them close away from the Astral Step. Both are being used. Does give time. I mean, the Flame Break, yeah, like you said, level 1. I mean, the distance is just absolutely ridiculous. Resonant Pulse damage protection is not enough. Satanic, nice move from him. Another Metamorphosis and another conversion in the kill.
Yeah, and you would think that you would be kind of survivable, right? Like if you're going for this hero and the safe lane, and I don't think this is what you're looking for. I don't think you're trying to get a Midas first Void Spirit. I think this is looking like things are not going the way you had hoped, and you are desperate for a way to drag this out.
It's definitely not the item you were hoping for. The way to drag it out is going to be off the back of Lornov. smoke pops on the high ground, and well, they are starting to move from top. The Hawk combined with Panto, still only level 4. Oh, it's just looking really, really messy.
It most certainly is, especially if Night Class gets a Blink Dagger. That's definitely when the big problems come out. But, you know, things were looking really bad last game too, and Lornov managed to claw them back.
The Terrorblade? No, okay.
It's the low levels on the supports, man. It's 12.5 minutes, he's level 4. Forget having an ulti, he doesn't even have like 3 points in a spell. You know? Just, you got nothing going for you.
Yeah, and then he's dead and just tabbing through the map and looking at the supports on Parivision, seeing Ducalis is level 9. He's like, dick, bro, I wish I could play that game.
Yeah, like what happened? Did he accidentally get Wyverns or Spear Breakers thing? Like what is this XP on the Shakiro?
Yeah, I don't know, that's crazy. Maxed out Dual Breath, close to maxing out the Ice Path as well.
Like he's out leveling TA2000.
The issue is Parivision also having a lot of the map control early could help them secure this Tormentor. No T1 Tower for Radiant to really play around. And no random outpost as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big stacks come in here and grab.
Can't catch a break. Yeah, might have used Stampede.
Zaytac, Thunder play.
Oh no, it's Titanic! Oh my god,
crazy.
That was close. It's just, man, they're giving me a heart attack here. Satanic almost getting blown up from the resonant damage, and now tier 2000, 4th death on the Void Spirit. At least we got a sick kill count, but it's dank. Not the one that Chimera won.
Oh, Panto recovered. They got double shrines. Let's go! Well, you know, Altic was sacrificing him. Man, Zaytag he was like, oh, I want that Void Spirit. Oh, okay, panic. Kill him. Oh, nicely done. All right, well, Lornov is making his way through the dire territory. Running along the river, sailing as it were on the Storm Spirit. Trying to steal some of their safer farm, it looks like. Recognizing again that it's pretty hard for them to kill him.
Well, this could be interesting.
If he goes to the Twin Gate?
Oh, unfortunately,
he's coming.
Can he get the ultimate before he dies? No one. And with the Rolling Thunder, the rest of the team is starting to move over, and Lornov doesn't know where they are. DM's got the blink, ready to go if there's going to be any extra stun follow-up. Ducalis off to the right side, holding the Ice Path. We'll fight it down to the low ground. Meanwhile, there's going to be a lasso. That's enough that they need to be able to set up for Ducalis' spell casting. And now the Stampede. They're going to be good for a couple more kills here as Parivision, as this one will continue to favor the boys on Dire. This is absolutely not close at all. And Lornov too is going to be a little bit cautious. Wants the rune. It'll be a regen down bottom.
He just can't win on these ones, huh? He's trying. Keeps being in the spot to maybe catch a spawn, but gets unlucky time and time again. And that, of course, is just hurting his potential for actually turning this one around. You also have a Terrorblade on the side of Parivision, so if he picks up the shard, I think he just bought it actually. It is flying out, it looks like. It is indeed. So now they can just go and do objectives with ease. And you think about, like, how would you actually initiate a fight right now as Radiant?
That is
not a lot of easy answers, are there?
That's a good question. I don't know what you do to find a way back in. You got Tormentor now. Mass injection of gold. Pretty bad shard, but what it is. We'll smoke in the hopes that maybe someone farms the camps to the west of the Tormentor, but they are not low enough in this area. They don't have everyone nearby, which is a bit of an issue on Parivision. Low enough, is he actually going to be able to drag anyone back? Once the Jakiro, which gives an opportunity for no one to be able to disrupt the fight with the Rolling Thunder, they will still lose one. It has given time for Satanic to move forward. The damage for the Metamorphosis will be there if they can actually hold some of the members from Chimera into place, and they're feeling strong, but DM, it's a great job with the backline. Massive stun. Dahak is going to go down to Satanic, who goes uncontested once again. There's no way to be able to stop Lorinov. It looks like they will at least have a different fate for 1J's life.
Just need to get T2000 out of here. At least let him get to this Orchid. It's kind of one of those, like, could have been worse, you know? Like, Lorinov gets something, he survives, he gets out. He's got 9 stacks of Galvanize still, which, considering the other team has 25 kills, him not having any of those deaths is certainly impressive. He is still doing his Storm Spirit job. He even has the almost tied last hits with the Terrorblade right now at the top of the board, so you can't really ask much more of him. Unfortunately, you need to, because they need a lot more.
Yeah, somehow need a miracle fight. The Ages. Just to keep tabs on the other games as well, considering they are very important. Gaming got a 2-0 over Avulus. So that means they are tied currently with Parivision. Well, Gaming is 7-7 actually. So Parivision with a loss here would also be 7-7.
Game and turning it around after some struggles. Dire Vision spots both of them there. Detonate.
Oh. Full time waste. Deadshot misses both. Bottom lane. Satanic. Oh no, sorry. It's no one. Well done. It is just the Ages, I suppose. TP's down. They're going to be able to get away. T2000. Use all these Astral Step charges. Satanic will catch up to Panto, who, by the looks of it, very similar to the last game in regards to the deaths, but unfortunately not the impact that we saw with the Crystal Maiden from being able to stall.
Oh, and now the move up top, though. Their 6th kill of the game.
Nice. Galvanized.
More galvanized. Yeah. And we get back
again. What? What? He's going Manta again.
He solved it. Clearly.
Okay, what am I missing? Is there a secret patch or something?
No, I think just in theory, you know, it is a good item on the hero, right? He needs a Dispel. Storm Spirit likes the attack speed. Doesn't hurt. He likes the general things that you get out of a Manta. It's fine.
Great build though. I mean, he had an incredible performance last game, and I'm very excited to see it work again. Unfortunately, it's a game where you're 11,000 behind, 12,000 now, so it's a bit difficult to get the read of the strength. They're going to try for DM, but Zip wasn't perfect to be able to stop the blink away. They are smoking at them and coming quick.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower.
Satanic also runs into Daha.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, is he going to be able to get the... Okay, Satanic got the shrine.
That was just sad. All right, likewise though, Lorinov going for the steal.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, no one's threatening.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's probability. What do we think? Wait, really? 70% only?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's a little low.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be high 80s, low 90s. Oh, Treads Bat Rider. Did you? He's got
with the shard. Shard and Witchblade. Yeah, it's pretty hype.
Have you seen this? I know we
Not
were...
for a while. Not since it got patched.
Yeah.
That's when it was very funny.
Pro Panther. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't seen this for a while as well, so...
I mean, what are the other choices? It would be Force Staff. It would be BKB. It would be Yules. I do like a lot of those choices.
Yeah.
I can't say it's my favorite.
We've seen a lot of the Scepters as well, right? Late game.
Yep.
It's
Also
interesting.
pretty solid.
Alright, well, they're just walking it down. T2 Tower. Shield Rune given over to Satanic, level 15. And we are still needing a little bit of time here for Chimera to at least be in a position where they can start to take some 5v5 DM. Nice blind jump on the high ground. This will now be another 30 seconds where they have a window to be able to do some objective damage.
Yeah, there is a glyph here, but they still have their creeps. Those glyphs with the towers are also weaker now, too.
Yeah, but they see you. Oh my god, just what we were bringing up earlier, right? With not knowing the vision. Thought that he was fine behind the tree line, but they actually saw him.
That was weird. Whoops.
Zipping all the way through. Meanwhile, no one. They're going to have the new kill, looks like, for Dahak. They'll keep him alive momentarily. Dahak actually does slip away. DM also goes down as well. You're losing your buildings. Full set of barracks going to be claimed. Buyback from Panto. Lorenov is up to some crazy stuff behind them, but nothing they need to really worry about if it's just one member.
Trying to see if he can set something up here. He actually gets that illusion rune.
Oh man, what a timing to get it as well. Gets rid of the Orca, but still with the Ice Path. Oh, I thought the illusion was going to be enough. Unfortunately, not the case. Tier 2000 still looking for the cleanup. Another miss of the stun. Tier 2000. Uncharacteristic mistakes from him this game. It means that no one is out. He actually drives back in. No one balls the steel. And now no one else is going to be able to survive. They'll chase down to Hawk. Parivision.
Oh,
and
that's
yeah,
it.
they're going to call it. I mean, why not? They've already qualified. Let's assist the other boys as well in Eastern Europe to put themselves in a prime position to be able to make it over as well.
A little tip there from no one to Dakala saying, thanks, bud. Good work. Great game. He looks very happy after how that went down. Oh, wow. Yep. Thrilled. Yeah. Can't even contain his excitement. Overflowing even, I would say.
Guys, congratulations. You made it.
That's how I feel, just thinking like I made it through my first series of the new patch and my brain is just whirling right now.
Actually, maybe they're not guaranteed. Sorry, apologies. If Liquid get 2 wins and Nicole get 2 wins, they're not guaranteed.
Look at you just lying.
Sorry guys.
Hopefully they weren't listening.
No, hopefully not. We'll find out. We'll get the updated groups and everything later on if any of the other games are being completed, but that's for a couple minutes in the future. Now, look, Chimera, I don't know. This is honestly a super weird series. Something we kind of expect. Like, new patch games can be a lot of kills and just people doing absolutely crazy shit across the map. And it can also just be like crazy stuff, but also one team just absolutely blitzing through the game, and kind of felt like it was both of those things in this series.
Yeah, this felt like Parivision won the lanes in both games, but this time they just really buckled down on like classic ways to take a lane win into a game win, and they really focused on that. They looked more like a team than these individual stuff, because one thing I found myself saying over and over again when they were winning was like, wow, they're all farming separately. Wow, they're all farming separately. And they were like growing this lead, but they never joined. And so this farming separately just turned into pickoffs and turned into losing the lead and turned into losing the game. This time it felt a lot more like clumped. Like, let's not let that happen again. We are a unit, you know, ape together strong. They got it done.
got it done in the end. So is this what needs to be done? We ape together, 5-man, play strong.
This is the classic on a new patch, that's for sure. But no, I think it's just more like finding the plan with the new patch, thinking that you got your new heroes and stuff, you're sorting that all out, but you still have to have that like idea of what objectives are important, at what time are we at each part of the map for these important objectives, like the tormentors and the roches and stuff. How early should we be using the roches? All that kind of stuff.
Definitely will take some time. It's just muscle memory from the previous patch, working out how you want to play, and then after some games, whether it be scrims, ranked, officials, you'll start to see a little bit more different map control and map plays coming out, which is going to be exciting. This is the nice thing. We have some more objectives with tormentors, roches, honestly, just in regards to fighting locations, and of course the wisdoms and whatnot. So it's an exciting state, but it's early on, of course, in the patch. So we'll it's at least your teams are going to be moving over. We've got a long groups too to watch as well into playoffs. So I think they get is it a day or 2-day break? I think they get something. I don't know how long it is. So hopefully they'll be able to have some time to be able to spend in the pubs and then work out what they want to play.
We got dedicated tiebreaker day, so that's pretty exciting. That's a nice one for everyone involved. So if you're not in tiebreakers, you got a lot of time as well to just breathe it in and sort out what you're going to be doing heading into group stage 2. And those start officially, the first one's on the 21st. So got one full day. Oh, that sounds like a dinging, Aries.
It does. I'm hearing a ding. We've got an interview ready to go. No one, hello. Congratulations on at least the last map victory. I am going to ask you the same question I asked previously in the interview. I'm going to let you take the floor. I just want to hear your thoughts on the patch. How do you feel about it? What are your initial thoughts?
I mean, my initial thoughts, it's a pretty, I don't know, we have a really important game and they're releasing the patch in the day, and I'm like, it's confusing a bit, why can they do it before the DreamLeague? It will be much more fun, so everybody in this situation. But overall, I don't know, right now I played 7 pubs. It feels, I would say, fresh, because usually I don't want to play pubs at all, but now I want, just because there is so many things to discover, and I think it's a lot of fun with this no move speed and this water, I don't know, sliding move speed. They decrease the all move speed by night, then they added this water and a lot of hero changes, and now universes are maybe weaker than before, so it's a lot to discover right now.
I see. And last question is just, are you one of the players who like to read patch notes, or are you someone, will you just jump into games straight away and look to play as many pubs, or will you go through patch notes first?
I mean, usually I would just go straight up to play and then discover, but that sounds like we have a really important game today. I was about at 3 a.m. until 5, I was reading the patch 2 hours and watching them up and stuff. So usually I'm jumping into the games and trying to discover by myself.
Okay, thank you, Trent. Will you?
Makes a lot of sense there. It's so I'll make it fast. I'll give you one more.
It was pretty fast already.
I know you got a lot of games to play. The first game, you guys, I don't know if you felt that way. You guys had a pretty big lead coming out of the laning stage. What do you think went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I think we kind of a bit lost on the map, because we knew how to play previous map and now it's changed. It's a lot of new mechanics and dynamics. Let's say this CM is just running down 500 move speed for no reason at this water slide, waterfall, and skipping every wave of us, and we're what the fuck? How we can fix it, and so there's new objectives and stuff, and we need to discover right now how to prolong, how to end these games clearly, because I felt we were a bit lost on the map. Yes, just because it's new, it's fresh, it's 1 hour.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's your first official on it, so it's very understandable. I think we've all been lost like that before.
I think full DreamLeague will be like this, honestly. There's for sure.
Did you have any one particular hero that you were really happy about with the patch that maybe you're looking forward to trying out and playing?
No, I don't want to put it because it's new and everybody will know what I say, so no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
But actually, first game, I was what do I should pick? And I'm I just can pick Razor to counter Naix, because that's I can do. because like I didn't know what to pick actually, like what is imba, what I can do on the map, like because my pick is already like done and we need just some hero and they have counter to me and I cannot pick some melee hero as well because he can Husker me, and it was kind of confusing because I literally don't know what to pick. I'm just like okay, I'll link this guy, like Chimera will win game for me, let's go.
Almost. It was almost there. All right. Well, thank you, Noah. We'll let you go. Get back to studying that patch. Get your pubs going. And thanks for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Noah.
Bye-bye.
All right, there we go. Let's see how they're going to be able to continue to perform. Again, like we were saying, that the fate yet to be sealed. They are hoping for some results to kind of go their way.
Oh, they are. Parivision are sealed. Sorry, they are through the group.
Okay, they are.
Confirmed.
I see.
Can
Yes,
confirm.
I see.
Yes. So that's good news.
Very good news. Very good news. Because this is an incredibly exciting tip to watch. Honestly, for me, I'm sure a lot of people as well. A very, very fun team. One of my favorites to be able to cover. I think no one. Awesome to see the fact that he is continuing to have this success. So, congratulations to them moving forward. What is the reason why they haven't? I guess because your cult got a 1-1. I think that is why.
Yeah, and what's happening right now is Liquid are playing their last game. So they're currently in a match right now on ESL Dota 2 Storm. It's not going great. Spoilers. Up against Boom. Liquid are currently 10k down at 26.5 minutes. So if Liquid lose this game, which it's looking fairly likely, they will end up in a tiebreaker for between 3 teams, themselves, Yakult Brother, and Gaiman Gladiators. So
God damn.
They got to turn it up. You do not want to be in that tiebreaker.
No, absolutely not. That is going to be a scary tiebreaker still to play because that's one more day. Like one more day on a new patch. You're playing best of ones as well. We're already in a super random territory on a new patch. And then you add the best of one on top of that. Like the dynamic, it's just going to be super weird. But for us on the Ember stream, at least for us for groups for Dream League Season 25, we are done here. It has been an absolute pleasure covering the games. It's always fun to be able to watch some of the new patch as well go crazy and see what the players are able to come up with. So good luck to them to working it out. I hope everyone enjoys their pubs as well. Like I was saying, this is kind of Christmas in February. This is a massive patch. So get to work, learn some new things, enjoy all the streams that'll be going on as well and all the pro games. But for us, we are done. Go check out the other stream, guys. We will see you over there for some more Dream League action. Thank you for tuning in.
grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short.
All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got